Hello and welcome. It's episode 6 of Shadows of Thorolun. To the coast. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you all are having a fantastic Sunday. I know I am. We get to play D&D, baby. Hello, Anubis, Cody, Brad, Lurker, Thigh Highs, Skullthrone, Zebas, Nadum, Mine. Hello, Luna, Shio, CPO, Axolot. Hello, Carrot. Brad, thank you very much for 11 months. Incredibly kind of you. Thanks for sticking around for damn near a year. I appreciate you, brother. Besides working, I'm good now because of stream. Hell yeah. A beard check. Very well. One month to go. That's right. And then you shall get your new crown. All right. Today's stream is going to be an interesting one. We have our party with the objective of leaving Eliond and making their way south to a little fishing village referred to as Durant Spear, where they're looking for some material components to hopefully help them slay the Manticore, the Royal Manticore, as he's referred to. And help out with Durant Spears. Durant Spear currently has a lack of wayfarers, as it were. They just lost a decent number of them in the most recent conflict between the Morlings and the Rendavi. No. I'm a material girl? Hell yeah, dog. Get that fancy 1-year crown with its 3 stars placed upon your forehead. We are currently giving our players a moment to get themselves situated, to get themselves positioned, as it were. And then we are going to hop over, get introduced to them, learn a little bit about what happened last session, and then continue on with the game. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right. Let's see, what else? Episode 5, as well as the brand new version of episode 4, which didn't get DMCA striked by a bunch of punks on YouTube, are now fully up, and they are in their respective playlists. And once this session finishes, we will have it exported, because I found out that I don't need to highlight and then export on Twitch. I can just export the VOD without having to save it. So that's pretty pog. Yeah, I thought for a while that the way that it had to go was that I needed to highlight it, just make it saved, and then I had to export that highlight. What I was doing was basically like tripling the work necessary. Instead, I just need the VOD. I can export the VOD, and then the VOD's saved because I'm a partner for like 60 days. My goodness. I didn't realize the kid said that. Thank you, Zebus, for putting the announcement out. I appreciate you. We're giving our players just a little bit more time to get themselves situated, and then we'll hop on over. So if you have any questions about the game or anything like that, feel free to ask. Yeah, there's no real reason for me to save the VODs anymore because we're uploading them to YouTube. So I'm basically just like flooding my highlights tab for no reason. Yeah, redundant's a great way to put it. Preferred DM snack. Ooh, I like pretzels. If I could have pretzels every D&D game, I would be a very happy man. Effectively, yeah, cutting out the middleman. 018, thank you very much for 10 months. Incredibly kind of you, brother. Okay. Looks like we are good to go. We're going to go ahead and we are going to transition over. Okay. You will notice behind me the void. Currently bereft of life, as you all chat, as you all talk, your words will be captured behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self or to the lovely people on YouTube, now is the time to say it. Eat Servantor. Ooh, I agree. Future Luna. You will also notice below our friends, our companions, our wayfarers, as it were. We're going to go ahead and get introduced to them in just a moment. Oh my god. All right. Let's go ahead and let's get introduced to the wayfarers. Gamers.
Where?
Who?
Huh?
Who the fuck here? Games here? Hold on.
Oh, sorry, wrong room.
Oh yeah.
Okay, bye.
Please.
What's up, everybody? Everybody enjoying their Sunday?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. That water cup sounding empty.
Your microphone's very close to you.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
All right. We're gonna go down the line. Get introduced to everybody. You can tell us a little bit about who you are, who you're playing. Once we get to the end, we're gonna figure out who recounted last week and who's gonna recount this week. Starting with Grayson.
Hi, I am Momo, and I play Grayson Alvier. I'm a level 2 Terossi human rogue who's seen better days. Lost of my family and friends for a great deal of time. I'm now reunited. Home. I'm experiencing all kinds of things I haven't for a long time, and who knows what the future will hold for me. I'm just happy to be here.
Hello, I'm Necro, and I play Isolde Alvain, the half-fire giant draconic sorcerer, level 2, and youngest daughter of Gerald and Guinevere Alvain. Sent to the College of Illendor as a young girl to study the sorcerer's arts, Isolde returned about a year ago to her small town life and has admittedly chafed a bit under the yoke. The opportunity to become a wayfarer, however, has provided her a brand new and exciting opportunity to finally leave the comfort of Elion's tier and see the world beyond.
Hello, everyone. I am Sirik, and I play Logan Albain, a half-fire giant and paladin level 2, now a wayfarer. Um, he's off to traverse the wilderness again and see what manner of horror he can discover with his friends. His friends Rylan Oliver and his sister Izzy. Luckily for him, for all four of them, he will most likely lead to some manner of danger or another. But again, all with the hopes of easing the worries of the common folk. And hopefully before winter hits as well. I'm not sure any of them are keen on traveling while the snow is falling. But with their luck thus far, I wouldn't put it past.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sizzle Bacon, and I play Oliver Duskbrand, the level 2 talent and Makote of the Moon. A youthful brat raised by the prestigious teacher Alexander Duskbrand, a member of the Order of the Eye, and his daughter Amelia Duskbrand. Being a talent, he is not a one trained in the mystic arts, but a innate influencer of the world through psionic will. And he is a naive lad, freshly made wayfarer, first finally exploring the outskirts of Eliond, being given leave by his mother and teacher to adventure and see the world as he wishes, without the Order of the Eye looking over his shoulder, not only studying him, but keeping him safe from the monsters and his own unexplored talents. Hopefully, with his companions, he will continue to journey and explore the world without further injuring himself or anyone around him that he doesn't wish.
Hello, I play Rylan Aldane, the level 2 variant human fighter. Or it's just its actual race now, so. Rylan is the squire to the road warden of Elion's tier and the region around, the son of said knight. Going about his training since he was very young and having toured a lot of the land doing squire things. He's now of an age to kind of do things more on his own. And with his father away on night business to see the Dracus, the various dangers of the roads and the wilderness sort of fall to him right now, and his party, of course. And with that in mind, there's been plenty of stuff to do. Caravans being attacked, monsters, and the like. And it has resulted in them clearing in one dungeon and reuniting with an old friend. But with that in mind, it's now time to keep patrolling and keep working, such is his duty. And he is just as eager to prove himself as he is to keep everyone in his little friend circle safe.
Fantastic. Who recounted last week?
I did.
Okay. Please pick somebody to recount this week.
I pick Logan.
Me?
That guy, the tall guy.
I mean, he's almost as tall as his sister. Maybe you meant Izzy?
No.
No?
No, my finger traces you as you try to put her in. You try to like sidestep. I'm like, no, you.
Those 3 inches he's got on
Yeah.
her.
He tries to duck.
Anyway, all right. Our day began scarce few minutes after Grayson had been reunited with her father. I like to think we were all moved by the sight. How beautiful an image it'd been to see her back in the arms of him. I think we all wanted that, half wanted it, for many years. Some of us gave up on the possibility for so long, but now it'd been made real. It manifested somehow. Even if we'd found Mr. Carwell perished, it would have been 100 times worth it still to only get Grayson back. It's just our luck that we managed both. Anyway, the two of them happily went on their way, and we were all glad to give them some time to spend. As for the party, the newly minted Wayfarers, we had a choice to make what we'd do next. Also, Father had some coin to give us, what with our success, a little reward so that we can better supply ourselves for what comes next. Before the party could properly discuss what to do, however, I had to go get my sister. She'd walked off for some reason or another, so I wandered upstairs to fetch her. She was in her room, hovering threateningly a quill over some paper that had nothing on it. I asked her what it was for, but she wouldn't say. I asked her why she was upset, and she wouldn't say either. Tried to reassure her, but I didn't know what about, and it hardly felt effective even. It was as though speaking to a total stranger. I didn't know how far apart we'd grown since school. So far apart she couldn't confide in me when before I couldn't get her to shut up at times when we were smaller. It doesn't matter. She agreed to come downstairs and rejoin the group where we talked on what's to come next. Plenty of ideas surfaced then, but the party settled for heading down to Uran's Spear to pick up the trail of the goblins and pass on the bad news about their wayfarers. That and potentially assist on any quests or jobs they need doing, now with the absence of their own adventurers to take care of it. It's our task now, of course, and Rylan is well aware of it. It was his decision, after all. First, though, the party underwent a kind of quest. We set off to sell everything we'd acquire along our journey to that, as opposed to strange windmill-like facility. From weapons to gems and the like, we acquired a bunch of medicinal supply for it, a new set of armor for Rylan, as well as other little tidbits, while also getting acquainted with the vast supply of things in town. And their prices, of course. Very good prices. Our last trip was at the Wisdom's shop, only it wasn't her that greeted us. It was her husband, King. As soon as we were done with that, we discussed on what to do next, and the party more or less agreed that we ought to get ourselves a fifth. Grayson had proved useful, and good in a bind, what with her knife fighting, so we chose to head to her home and find her, try and recruit her into our efforts while also asking for more information on the Manticore from her father, who is the well-known expert in all of that. A dodgy proposition, of course, seeing as her father had only just gotten her back, and she didn't seem so keen, so eager on heading out to begin with. Hardly can be blamed. Anyway, we went to her home, and we were greeted by her father, then let in. Some conversation ensued on the Manticore, but finally I broached the subject of having her come along with us, to travel, to just have her around. We like her that much. But she didn't... Right, she wasn't fond of the idea, and neither was her father, and once everything was said and done, we set out to leave. Or should have left, maybe, but I couldn't. Not before speaking to her father. After everyone had stepped out, I asked Grayson if I could speak to him alone, and once she too left the room, I told him how I felt. About her, his protectiveness. Assured him that we loved her and would always keep her safe. Told him why I saw it. She'd been so distant with him in her youth, and said it so genuinely. It was a quiet exchange between him and I got the feeling it affected him more than I thought it could. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything, but I said it all the same. Then I left, too, along with the rest. Stepped out into the town, and we headed on home to the tavern to sleep. It'd gotten so late. There's more, of course, but Logan wasn't privy to Isolde and Grayson meeting outside. I believe that's where most of the party left it.
Very good. With the confrontation between Isolde and Grayson fading with the night sky, having met at midnight, it is now a new day, the 19th of Hearthlight. It's currently 8:30 in the morning. What are you doing, party?
Waking up, DM. Yeah, Logan, early riser as always. Would probably be downstairs, potentially speaking to his father if he's also awake. Is he?
He's very much awake.
Yeah, he'd probably help him put up some coffee. And as was the usual every morning routine, help him wipe tables and set the tavern together.
Easily done. Anyone else?
Let's see. Rylan being kind of a early riser with that whole super early, taps gets called and it's time to wake up at 6 in the morning or whatever. Probably did a last check on his gear and packed everything up that he needed, and is probably getting ready to go to the inn to meet whoever is coming. Hopefully everybody. So, yeah.
At some point, Logan, you would be greeted by I assume, donned in your equipment already, Rylan.
Yep.
An armor-clad Rylan.
Damn, already dressed up?
Oh, he's ready to go. Do you know where the others are, or if they'll be here soon?
I'm assuming they're sleeping, but where are we going?
Just like looks at nothing, looks around. It's after 8 and I still asleep.
Logan isn't armored, by the way. He's just wearing like an airy, like open collar shirt and trousers and whatnot. Well, it's only us that wake up at this hour, Rylan. And and sometimes Ma. You want some coffee? Probably want some coffee, right?
Sure.
Yeah, Logan would probably go back to the kitchen and get the pitcher off of the stove and pour him a hot drink and refill his own.
Thank you for that. Mother only really makes strong tea, which is fine. Don't tell her I ever said I complained about that.
I try not to tell your mom things in general, but she scares me.
No, she already knows. That's the problem.
Oh,
Are we gonna have to round everyone up, you think?
maybe.
Hmm.
But before we do, what's the plan?
Break south for Jordan's Spear, travel the road, patrol as needed.
So we're leaving today?
Hopefully.
Okay. Well, I remember Oliver wanting one day more.
We gave them that extra day yesterday.
It's not me you need to convince of anything.
And everyone said that one more day was fine. We gave them the one more day. Let's see if they can be rousted.
Okay, let's drink this and then you can go get Oliver. I'll get Izzy.
All right. That sounds good. Sleep
Just have
well and
to
all that.
put on the armor and all that. Sure, it's not my bed. They took that.
Oh, that's right. Your family's in town, isn't it?
Right, and the kids are lively. Always making a ruckus.
Children.
Say something about Logan Alvain. Say he'll never have children.
You
Don't make
don't
a
see
lie
it.
out of me.
You don't see it, but you feel it. A set of eyes boring holes into the back of your head. A familiar cold stare. One often associated with your mother.
Oh no.
Wait, whose mother? Because that can apply to two different people right now.
To the one who said he's not having kids.
Oh, okay. Get fucked.
Yeah,
You're on your own here, bud.
Logan absolutely does not notice it, but it comes bearing down on him like a weight. And Rylan would see him gradually crane and cave on top of the cup of coffee he's drinking until he's hunched over it. And there's this inexplicable look of alarm on him. Until I get married, of course.
It relaxes.
Naturally. All things proper and all of that.
Right.
Well, you'll find someone eventually, I'm sure. That's the way of things, isn't it?
I suppose so.
And he kind of like briefly looks over his shoulder just momentarily to see if the she beast is still watching.
She was nowhere to be seen.
Still, the over the shoulder look is reflexive. Don't worry, I'll make sure to keep you from having a bunch of little mini Logans at every town.
Oh gods. No, no, no. My mother would kill me. If my father didn't first. If Easy didn't first. If...
See, that's why I'm going to watch out for you, so you can avoid such a perilous fate.
No, not my style. I'll go get equipped. In the time it takes me to get dressed and whatnot, may be able to pry Oliver from his mother. And then I suppose we can go. It's a shame we couldn't bring Grayson, huh?
No, we don't know yet. Unless you want to get Oliver and you want me to get your sister.
You want to go up there?
No. I mean, we faced the Renkir. How bad could it be?
Bad, Rylan. It's a whole coterie of Alvains up there.
Well, perhaps a well-armored man and full armor will stand better chance.
I've got this nephew, right? 14. Taller than you. Almost taller than me. He behaves like a 14-year-old would. But then he has the hands of a giant.
And the frame.
Try play fighting with him. He will unscrew your head. I swear he will.
I bet you he has the frame of a string bean compared to you.
We'll give him some time.
Fine. Up to you either way.
Oh, by all means, if you want to go speak to Izzy. I don't know why, but every time I'm in her presence, it's like I sour her mood. Maybe you can, I don't know, improve it?
Imagine she has a lot on her mind, and it's just pressing in all directions. It's probably not you.
Yeah, I suppose.
If you'd like, I will... I'll take the arrow this time.
All right, I'll go get Oliver.
Get dressed first. It looks more impressive.
Maybe I should bring his mother something. Like pastries.
Well, if you have any, I'm sure she wouldn't look askance.
What do we have quickly on hand, DM, that Logan could put together for her?
Put together quickly? Nothing quick.
Yeah, like a basket, with bread from last night, or a drink, or maybe just bring like a thermos of coffee. Could he do that?
Sure.
Okay. Thermos it is.
You would get chided by your father for just giving out coffee for free.
It's for a good cause, though.
There's a skeptical look for a moment, his eyes sort of narrowing on you as he brings a hand up, sort of running it through that wide, like fire red beard that he has. And what purpose?
Did he say what purpose?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm about to take a mother's child from her, and I thought maybe this would appease her a bit, show her that we care.
If you go around bribing everyone, they're going to start expecting you to pay them more.
Coffee?
Aye. First it'll be coffee, and then next time she'll be asking for donuts and bagels and the like.
Well, you're only saying that because you're worried that she will when I'm gone.
There's very much a look of like, yeah.
So just say no.
He'll-
Or be like, that's 10 copper.
He'll grab the thermos, slowly begin pulling it out of your hands.
No. Logan's arm outstretching towards him as his hands cling to it.
He
Just this time, I'll bring it back, I promise.
shakes his head. You won't get anywhere bribing people. Use your words, lads. Go talk to her like a person. Oscar.
Over a cup of coffee. It's a nice gesture. How did you get with Ma anyway?
Oh, you're dead now. Ryland's already gone. He's upstairs. It's fucked out. He was about to say something, and you said that, and he was like a silhouette.
Are you trying
Zoom.
to court Miss Dustbrand?
No,
Then
no,
shut up
I'm
and
just-
go.
You fucked up.
Fine. I'll talk.
There's a big wide hand that pats you on the back. With a little bit of force, sending you towards the door.
He's sent, and to some degree, Logan rebounds off of the thermos that he hasn't yet let go. But finally, he does slip each hand off of it and walks off without it.
Ryland, who was about to have a
Alright,
funny
huh.
quip through the kitchen. I'm sure there's like a window or whatever to the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Wow, Ryland.
as soon as he said that, he was just like, as soon as Logan said that thing about courting his wife, he just like stood up abruptly and like disappeared. It's quite difficult to do for someone in chainmail, mind you, but somehow he managed.
Cling, 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 cling.
He just vanished. Like, oh, where'd that guy go? You know, you could be stealthy in chainmail. You never know. Sometimes the will finds a way.
He got a nat 20 on getting the fuck out.
Yeah, double nat 20, just.
Wow, Ryland. I can't believe you're going to become my stepdad.
Oh my god.
All right, Logan,
No!
go ahead and crossing the bridge, you make your way to Duskbrand's tower.
Shot on the bridge.
Logan does. I think Ryland will get to his sister first, though. Right?
That's fine if you want to do that first. That's fine with me.
Whatever you want.
We can do fun little it's a pause in time moments.
Up to the DM.
Okay. Logan,
DM.
you arrive at Duskbrand's tower.
Logan arrives at the tower at that sheer gate, looking up at it, feeling like like a lonely sheep out stuck in a bare valley waiting for the wolves to come. He reaches up and knocks.
I think it'd be Oliver would answer, unless Brown has ideas.
Go ahead.
because he basically opens the door right as you knock, and it almost looks a little surprised at your appearance. And then there's this apologetic look. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I know we were wanted to go out today to continue our shopping, right? I was just about to head back to the singing tier.
Uh, Logan sort of stares flatly at him as though he hasn't quite registered what he's saying. In fact, most of it flies over the half fire giant's head as he looks over Oliver's own inside, around, a very surreptitious look. Right, is your mom around?
She's in the kitchen,
Great.
looking up at you blankly.
So I think we're leaving today. It's looking like.
There's a slow blink. Oh, did I misunderstand? I'm so sorry. I thought we were leaving tomorrow. Um, he looks a little guiltily over his shoulder. I haven't really packed all the way. He looks back. Have we bought everything that we need?
Oliver, lower your voice.
Okay.
I don't know. Right? Rylan woke up. He seems intent on leaving. On account that he's leading the whole thing, then I suppose we're leaving.
You both hear approaching footfalls, appearing from behind Oliver.
Sorry, DM, let's interrupt real quick. Did I miss something? Are we playing on the day prior to the late night conversation or after?
This is the day after.
Okay. So we literally skipped a whole day. Then that conversation happened at midnight, and now it's the next day. So this is, in fact, the extra day. This is after the extra day.
To my
I thought the
knowledge.
conversation was the night of the first day.
No.
No. This is
Not
why
to my knowledge. Actually, Isolde.
because we kept getting.
We can change it. We can make it that night.
Grabs Isolde. What is it?
Because I kept getting confused. Because I was like, why is
We
it
can change it for the ease of use.
Because the end of last session, you were like, well, we can just skip a whole day of dicking around in town
Okay.
and go straight to the conversation.
Oh yeah, because that's how we justified doing the retrograde purchases on the shop.
Yeah, because you
Okay.
did that while they were talking. You started adding stuff to inventories.
Right. Sorry. Oliver clears his throat and closes the door to redo the scene.
Just
Cut,
cut.
set
Take 3.
places.
Action.
Excellent.
So we have bought so we've bought everything we need.
Correct.
Right, guys.
It's
Okay.
currently sitting in my inventory to be divvied out once I'm able to throw things at you.
Great. Because I didn't keep Oliver's not the one to keep track of supplies, so thumbs up.
I have it all.
Fantastic. Okay. In that case, Oliver opens the door and you see he is actually packed. And you see his eyes. He seems a little almost tired, having not slept very well the night before. The excitement and nervousness keeping him awake in that way that it often does. And he goes, "Oh, Logan, sorry, I was just about to head there. I have almost everything ready. Just need to say goodbye to mother and teacher."
Logan doesn't wait. The moment he sees him and he's speaking in this manic manner, he would essentially reach across to grab him by the face and rub the bottom of his eyes with his thumb. Gods, did you get any sleep?
He kind of tries to brush Logan's hands off without much force behind it. Yes, I slept. Well, I went to bed. He looks a little guilty. I went to bed at a very reasonable time. Just, the ceiling was very interesting for many
You
hours.
stayed up.
Maybe.
How long?
I don't really know. I slept here and there, and then but I'm just very excited, Logan. Okay, it's like the day before the teacher, tests me on something. It's you
You were
want to
eager.
sleep. Yes, eager. That's it. I wanted to sleep, but I just couldn't very well. But I don't feel tired. I'm
Don't
ready.
worry, you'll crash soon enough.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, we'll be walking quite a bit. Maybe this will just help you fall asleep easier
On the road.
when
He
we camp,
looks.
Oliver.
Oh, right. Kind of like snaps his finger and gives Logan the finger point, like, oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, we're on the same page.
So have you told your mother?
Just about to. I mean, she knows. It's not like she can't hear me packing, but I just had to, you know, we just had breakfast.
You had to wait until I was here.
Maybe.
That's great. Thank you, Oliver.
There's
You're welcome.
approaching footfalls from behind
Oh,
Oliver.
fuck.
Oh, yeah, hearing those footsteps, Logan's skin grows pale and hard as the memory of all warmth flees him.
Instead, Oliver, you feel a pat at your side, at your waist, and it's Finn, currently shouldering a brush.
It's the familiar pat of Finn walking by. I don't think he'd even have to look down before he realized who it was. Oh, hello, Finn.
Good morning.
Finn,
Good morning.
What's your plans for today?
I'm gonna go do my chores.
Ooh, Oliver looks a little guilty. Um, may have to do mine. But
What?
well, we're leaving. It's a little. I think Ryland's really antsy, so we're gonna be. I gotta go with Logan now, but don't
Hey.
worry. He sort of pats Finn on the top of his jar. Uh, I'll get you something at Durant's. I promise.
When the word promise is uttered, the
The
hand
chains bind.
shoots up and curling itself in, you are presented with a pinky and a
Oh, boy.
expecting air.
Oliver
from
like
the pot.
sucks at his lips like, ooh, he got me, and then he'll do the pinky promise.
Wait. If
What?
you're going to pinky him, you better deliver.
Well, yeah, obviously. You think I would
But
pinky promise and then just not to Finn?
it seems
Of a
you're
witness.
like going
evil.
at it too quick.
Well, we're in
Give
a
it some
rush,
more
aren't
ceremony.
we? He rolls his eyes, and then you see he slowly brings out the pinky and then slowly curls it around
Gently.
Finn's much
Slow.
larger pinky, looking at
Slow.
Logan like, okay, are we good? We good?
I stand witness to this agreement under the light of Evor.
What?
Real
You've begun
fancy.
your covenant. Cross his pinky, do it.
I did. I'm doing it.
This covenant finally dubbed the pinky promise made.
I want to scroll.
You want to
Scro-
scroll
Whoa,
right now?
whoa.
Well, Oliver, get to it.
All of Finn. I said I'd get something. I don't know if they have scrolls in Durant.
No, he wants it on paper, Oliver.
Oh, you would. I don't really have. Well, again, I don't have a scroll on me, but we've already pinky promised with witnesses.
I'm sure your grandfather has something.
Use your journal.
There
What?
you go.
Fine, but let's go inside so we can actually write it down. He'll defeatedly wander back inside to the kitchen to sit down and start scrying. I, Oliver, hereby promise my brother Finn.
No,
There's
from
a-
the depths of my heart.
No,
There's a moment
fucking
where Finn almost goes a step further and wants to get it like notarized by the local magistrate. Nathan Welsh, before eventually your mother and your grandfather shoot him down.
Oliver will tear out the paper and give it to Finn and be like, "You can get it. You can do that on your own time."
Taking it, he'll roll it up and then put it into the little belt that he wears.
Signed, O.
And then with a pep to his step and a thumbs up to the assist from Logan, he goes and does his chores, leaving you with the two other dusk brands.
Oliver lets out a long breath before he turns to his teacher and his mother and goes, "Well, I mean, we knew this day would come, as if this is like like he's going to war."
There's a moment, a pause that sort of comes from the two of them before your teacher speaks up. Oliver, we've already had this discussion.
Right, of course. He does the same thing to Duskbrand as he did to Logan, the finger snap to point. Right, of course.
You're still heading to the coast, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Very well. And have you informed the others of one of my companions' needs for aid?
Huh?
He sobers up. Yes, I did. He fucking elbows Logan in the thigh.
Right. Of course.
Okay. uh, neither of you are charismatic.
I mean, he did, but you know.
No, he did. It's just
Fucking
jostled Logan's memory.
There's a moment.
Oliver's sweating.
There's a moment where the wide brim of the hat lifts, allowing you to see the set of eyes looking at you
The boy eye staring.
before the hat relaxes back down. It's fine.
It doesn't even take that long. He yelps, "I did. It's not my fault. Logan forgot."
I didn't forget. I just have a lot on my mind.
Very well. Are you here to ask for anything? Or?
Yeah, Oliver.
Oliver thinks a moment. Any advice?
There's no shame in running.
Whatever Oliver was expecting, this was not it, and you see his ears kind of tucked back. Oh,
Yeah,
Oh.
Logan is also seized by like this awkward quiet. It's very portentous.
Oliver meekly mutters, "I'll keep that in mind." And he looks up to Logan with this almost dubious look, like he clearly doesn't think Logan's going to take that advice to heart.
It is a good way to stay fit, right? All things told, well, it's a good exercise.
From conflict, young man.
Oh, running. Oh, you mean running from battle?
There's a nod of the hat. You're heading to a brand new place. A place Oliver has never been to. As such, you will be far from home and far from its comforts. Who knows how they'll treat you there? What you may find. What dangers may be waiting for you on the road. Do not feel the need to be a hero.
Isn't that the whole point of this whole affair?
If I had my choice, neither of you would be wayfarers.
Well, when it comes to that, we're of a mind, Mr. Dustbrand. I much prefer my sheep, but it is a need, isn't it? And someone must do it.
There's a reluctant nod, but a nod of understanding all the same. It's very obvious, unlike everybody else, at least in Eliand, it appears that Mr. Duskbrand is one of the more reluctant individuals about Tirosi culture and the very wide acceptance of the youth becoming wayfarers.
He's got education and big ideas about fucking cultural changes or whatever. Fucking college people. Gross.
If anything, it's a form of pragmatism, the way I see it.
Just telling when the old wise guy, he's like, this is a terrible idea. Uh, Oliver will nod solemnly, respectfully, and the excitement and anxiety, I would say, sort of dwindles as he sort of takes his teacher's words into consideration. Well, I am a wayfarer, teacher, and for what it's worth, I don't regret becoming one. Not yet. But I will take your words to heart, as I always have done.
Very
It
good.
is good advice. I suppose that is the trouble with pride and courage and all those clenched-jawed virtues that skulls love to harp on. The more you have, the more likely you are to end up bottom in a pile of dead men. Better to stay alive, right?
Oliver blanches.
I won't keep you any longer. A road warden has his duties, and as his entourage, as do you. I wish you all the best. And may Nebo and his saints watch over you on your travels.
He will.
Oliver gives a bow of his head and a moment of respect, and then his eyes, before the head raises, peer up to take a glance at his mother.
Your mother's been very quiet. There's an accepting look on her face, as she already knew. um, but still, there's that uh, almost reluctant look. Her view on it is completely different. She obviously still accepts the whole idea of like wayfarers and everything like that. It's just different when it's your own child. But as Mr. Duskbrand gives his final words, saying goodbye to you and giving you his blessing, your mother would stand and would eventually come and hug you again. A sort of final farewell.
Rather than saying goodbye in a moment of, albeit rare, bit of wisdom, Oliver will instead say, "See you soon, mother."
Where previously there had been that sort of like wavering smile, it instead returns in force, in which she would put some distance between you and her in the hug. I'll see you soon.
And with that, the young cat boy will turn to Logan, and with bright eyes will remark, "I'm ready," and sort of hoist the backpack onto his shoulder with what little
Logan
supplies he
is.
has.
He's positively cringing like a child expecting a slap since the moment Oliver's mom approached. But he'd prise one eye open and notice Oliver's eagerness and kind of relax, seeing how things have developed. Are you sure? You should double check your room, maybe? Not missing anything?
No, I'm pretty thorough with that sort of thing. Good memory.
Okay.
He sort of taps the side of his head.
Miss Duskbrand and Mr. Duskbrand, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you soon as well.
Stay safe, Logan.
Oh, I know I will be, especially with Oliver with me.
There's a nod. And with that, the duo depart from the tower.
Indeed.
And as we put a pause there, Rylan, left in the singing tier with the Herculean task. What are you doing?
I guess if we're, nice little time back and forth. but yeah, he wastes no time in finishing his coffee and heading upstairs.
You would be directed by Gerald, who would tell you it's the first room that you would see on your left once you go upstairs. That way you are prevented from either waking people who are sleeping in, or potentially disturbing any of the other Elvanes.
Alrighty, yeah, but well, he doesn't try to make his footsteps really loud, but you know, one can only do what one can do in armor. So he goes up the stairs to the first room that he was indicated to and knocks politely.
Sold.
There's.
Where are you in your room?
Yes, but she's not in bed. She actually was up a bit early to partake of one last bath for a while now, and is essentially just in the middle of essentially the finishing touches for the day. I don't know if the rest of Clan Alvain uh has been awakened yet, or any of her younger cousins or nieces or nephews have uh messed with her this morning.
It's a mixed bag. Some of your aunts and uncles have slept in. Some are awake. Your nieces and nephews are very much the same way. Or sorry, your cousins are very much the same way. Where some of them are awake, some are lounging about. I would think Eden would probably have been absconded with by two of your younger cousins who are playing with him in the backyard.
You just kind of hear like a muffled like one moment from behind the door. And for a moment she just kind of hastily opens it and is like, "Logan, I told you." And then she pauses, seeing Rylan. And more or less her hair right now is half combed and she's in essentially her dressing robe. And the door goes from completely open to a sliver. Uh, Rylan, did something happen to Logan?
Wylan, who made a small show to look over his shoulder and then look back, and it's like, yeah, it is me. Who else would have been? Kind of thing. Lifted his shoulder. He's off to fetch Oliver. Is this a bad time?
I'll be honest, it's not the greatest. But
Hmm.
I'm almost ready.
Well, it is a bit of a walk there, plus he'll have to negotiate with the family, so I imagine we have a little bit of time.
Give me one moment.
Should I wait downstairs?
Shouldn't be long.
So don't wait downstairs?
Whatever you like. And then she just kind of abruptly closes the sliver of the door. Sorry!
Rylan, who just does the white guy blinking thing for a second, like, I don't know what Logan's so afraid of. She was perfectly normal. Anyway. Just calls out that he'll be downstairs and turns and navigates if there's any visitors and goes back down to where his pack is and posts up next to the couch.
And it's not terribly long. Isolde finally feeling kind of the oh shit, we're going now, and not wanting to miss the departing party. eventually make her way down, her hair styled once again for the day. Trying a little bit more of a looser curl. And has her pack laden with goods and her robe very neatly done. It seems that maybe dear old mom had cleaned it in the intervening day. Right. So that's it. We're leaving today, she says, settling down at the table with Rylan.
That's the plan. South to John Spear and try and make sure the roads are safe for travelers.
Excellent. Have you ever been to Giant Spear Island?
A few times. Father's duties often take him all over the region, so we never really stayed for very long. After all, they have their own road warden of a sort, so it's usually just progress report, everything good, very well, stay the night, leave the next morning kind of thing.
Okay, but what's there? What's it like? I mean, it's on the coast. Do
Fish.
they fish?
Fish.
Oh,
And
fish.
yeah, there's lots of fish.
Hmm. Is that all? She says, looking disappointed.
Um, they're not as agriculturally bound as Elion's tale. Like he sensed that, like, oh, she's supposed to have like an actual conversation about the place. Holy shit! He's like start remembering through the morass of like tallies and like danger spotting and all that.
Roll for me a history check.
Very good. I was just about to ask. Hey, not bad.
Okay. Durant Spear is predominantly an orcish village. They, as you said, rely very heavily on fishing out in the morning sea. Though they are not they are like atypical fishermen. Where you would expect Eliand people to fish in the Eliand River here, or you would expect an Aram's Ferry person to fish in the Aram's River. Durant Spear fishermen, they hunt big game. They go out and they are the ones that bring back things like very large sharks or very large tuna.
Tuna.
They are not content with like small fish. Of course, there are people in Durant Spear who do small fishing, but almost all of the fishermen there are the ones who go out and hunt very large fish. As well, a massive cultural difference between Eliand and Durant Spear is Durant Spear loves when it rains, and thunderstorms and rainstorm is a very big part of their culture down there.
Excellent. God, Orcish village. God, I bet they have sushi, don't they?
Find out, Smile.
Yeah. To get ourselves some tuna rolls, boy.
Yeah, Isolde, after just going beyond fish, once Rylan elaborates, then her eyes kind of like, you know, focus in. Like, oh, like you mean, like they hunt probably also like small whales or something like that.
The whales don't have teeth. Sharks have teeth. Whales, well, they eat other fish, but I don't know. Some whales have teeth, don't they? Yeah, I suppose so. As much as I would love to go out at sea more often, I haven't really gotten the chance. Usually it's just ferry boats or river boats. I've always been fascinated by the ocean, though, so.
Yes, I only met a few half orcs in Illendor, so it'd be interesting to see a full orc village. Huh. I'd never known there was one so close. And she seems to be, scrawling down a few things. More so, questions to kind of ask later, like once they get there.
Just a lot of orcs that are half orcs, so they might be a bit of a culture shock from Elians, but they're friendly enough. Wouldn't worry about offending anybody or anything like that. I mean, unless you're trying to offend them, which I wouldn't recommend.
I don't imagine we'll have a very long career as wayfarers by doing that.
Typically not. No. I believe they call those bandits.
You both are downstairs having this conversation?
Yep.
Yep.
It would be your father, Isolde, who's still sort of tending to the people who are here this early in the morning, as well as the rest of Clan Alvain. If you're heading to Durant's Spear, the mayor there is a friend of mine. His name is Barash. He's been up here a few times. He came when you were much younger, though, so I doubt you'd recognize him. But he might recognize you.
Which one is he speaking to? Both of us?
Isolde.
She kind of smirks at that.
All right. Well, I'll be sure to give him your warm regards.
I appreciate it. If things keep going the way they're going, I imagine the Dracus will be making him a proper Yolderman here soon.
Well, I don't want to give him good news before it's decided, but I suppose it'd be nice to know.
It's more like
Yeah.
Barash will know that it's coming. Did Joran Spear ever get formally recognized by the Dracus, or is it still a settlement?
It's a village. They have a mayor, a wisdom. They technically have a constabulary as well. So there has been some interest put in by the Dracus. But
No formal declaration as of yet.
he nods. But like I said, Dracus has a keen eye on it, and it's one of our few locations there in the south. So I imagine before long, probably in the next year or so, he'll be a Yolderman, and we'll be seeing a lot more business coming through.
Well, ocean fish is pretty good, so hard to transport though, unless you like everything salted beyond belief.
Still, knowing a future Yolderman.
She kind of just trails off and thinks about it.
I've met him informally, rather in passing, usually out tending horses while Father spoke to him, so I'm sure he'll remember me, at least by sight. Maybe. Although we should probably proceed as if this is the first meeting, since it will be in a more official capacity.
You're right. But if anything's happening down in Joran Spear, he's going to be the one to know it.
That's right. Well,
And she kind of claps her hands, like, ah, yes, we have a plan.
yeah, strategy.
All right.
Well, Logan's off getting Oliver. I imagine they'll be back soon. How are things going with you and Grayson? His tone slows down a little, like, oh boy, we're getting into topics that I usually avoid.
She takes a moment looking into her coffee.
Things are, I guess. Maybe better, maybe worse. I don't know.
I can't say that I understand whatever it is that you and her. Well, I mean, it's hard to get a read on her because she's still recovering, so I guess it does sort of seem a little one-sided, but who knows? Have you just tried directly asking her to come with you? I know it sounds simple, but some people in okay. in the courts of the nobility, for example, if
She puts a
you
hand on in her palm, listening, her chin in her palm, listening.
yeah, like, oh, this will be good. You can infer a lot of things with noble people, but unless you directly ask for something, nothing ever really gets done. And I've found that people often exhibit the similar tendency. Sometimes you simply just have to say it, even if it seems like it should be obvious that's what you want.
And what if the answer you get is anything but direct?
But usually a direct question like, Grayson, I would like you to come with us, kind of precipitates a yes or no answer. If they evade, then just re-ask the question. Press the advantage. You've already made the first step. Where the real question is do you want her to come with us? I know Logan does. It's obvious. I would not mind. I've always been fond of Grayson, just like I'm fond of all of you.
Thank you for that.
She's capable, which is, as I've said before, I think you were upstairs, but there is a duty of the Tarosians to those with capability are duty bound to serve. Because if we don't, then who else will? Not everyone follows that particular code, but we cultivate that capability into something formidable, protect our land, protect our people, grow ourselves into something more. Eventually, we pass those skills on to others and settle down, raise the next generation. At least that's how it's been told to me.
She kind of stares into her drink for a bit.
I just knew. That going back, it wasn't going to be the same. And I know that. And I just... It's a hard thing to accept.
Mm.
And I don't know if this new Grayson would have a need for a new result. That's
Well,
all.
do you intend to find out or wait for it to just come out and bite you?
She kind of gives Rylan a little bit of an indignant pout at the mention of something biting her.
I don't know what to do about it.
No. Let's practice a little, you and I. Let's try this. When I said be direct, so do you, Isolde, my dear friend, wish to travel with Grayson, then it is. And he kind of motions left or right, like there's really only two answers.
Like, and even then, she starts kind of chewing on the answer.
He just kind of like taps the table.
Stop it.
This
I'm
is what I mean.
thinking.
You can use this as well. This is why it's practice. So, all of the misgivings aside, do you want her to come with us? Don't worry about all the complications and all of the past whatever. But end of the day.
End of the day.
Mm-hmm.
It has been nice to know that she is alive, if not well.
You're still doing it. We already know that, and we all agree. We've taken all of that into account. You just have to answer the easy part. Do you desire her to come with us?
She opens her mouth to start, like,
He raises his eyebrows, like,
Well, I suppose if she's as useful as
and then probably catches a look from Rylan, like, you're doing it
Mhm.
again.
It's like starting to like lift his arms, like he's gonna fold them across his chest.
Stop that. Okay?
All of this sounds like you're trying to say yes without saying yes. Just say yes. It's not gonna hurt you, I promise.
Fine. I do think it would be a good idea for her to accompany us.
Good enough. Next time, just say you wanted to come. We'll work on it. Baby steps. Now, here's the next part. Have you just thought about telling her that?
It
Just,
looks like Isolde is forcibly biting her tongue.
and I don't mean anything, any explaining or any back and forth of thoughts or expanding on ideas, which, from what I understand, is exactly what you learn to do at college, is to overthink everything. Which
I
probably,
flick a blueberry at him
yeah,
for my breakfast.
just which is actually a good, not a bad way to be. He's like saves himself. Is useful, but sometimes with friends we are better served by just telling them what we want. And all those differences, all those problems can be worked on in time, or you might realize that they're not as big of a problem as you thought. Sometimes just having our little family back together is the first and biggest step. So, I don't know, would you care to go roust Grayson out of bed this early in the morning and attempt to try this new tactic?
You're not going to stop until I say yes, are you?
No? That's good
Pouts
for you.
again.
That's good for you.
I will try. No promises.
You don't have to make it seem like such a struggle. You are one of the strongest women I know. This should be child's play. Come on.
And before we leave, I flick another blueberry at him. At the back of his head.
Not having the dexterity to dodge anything short of a raindrop, it hits him.
But yeah, guess we'll go and try.
We're gonna go ambush Isolde early in the or Grayson early in the morning, because who doesn't like being woken up at, well, it was like 8 something, but
It's gonna
the
take like 30 minutes at
the
least to
clock
walk there.
continues.
It's gonna take you longer than 30 minutes to get there.
Yeah, this
It's on
town's
the other
big.
side of town, baby.
Speaking of getting places, what about boys?
Like
The trip
right
to-
after we left.
Oh, Rylan, you're going along too?
Yeah, supervise.
Okay.
From
Then
a distance.
Logan and Oliver would arrive to a singing tier bereft of your allies.
We'll tell Gerald where we're going so he can. Ooh, they went
Never
to go...
seen them before in my life.
Yeah, those guys are on. Who are they?
Dad!
What?
Our...
I left him here, duh.
I had a daughter? What?
Where'd
Yeah,
he go?
you would be informed after arriving.
Oh my
You
God.
just missed them. They're down the road.
Okay, I think Logan would take this moment as a moment of farewell, and he'd sort of potentially, to give Isolde and Rylan more time, he'd give his cousins and his uncles and his aunts his farewells and regale them with all of the possible heroics he'll be up to, and showcase Oliver to all of them, how awesome he is and his ears, and then go after them, basically.
Yeah, Clan Elvain is incredibly receptive, and also, of course, boasting and proud of the new wayfarers, as to be expected. And you are sent on your way with a plethora of hugs, handshakes, backpacks, or yeah, and
No
same
gifts?
for
No old ancient axe that belonged to the uncle
Nope.
that he no longer has
no,
any.
none of that.
Yeah.
Find your
What
own
about
way,
like his
wayfarer.
favorite boots? His excellent
Uh-uh.
favorite boots?
Nope.
No. All right.
Please,
Family
DM,
like
please
this.
DM a
Holy
crumb. A crumb of +1 armor, DM. I'm begging you.
Uncle Joe's old chainmail that he doesn't need anymore.
Ooh, I wore this in the war, lad. Oliver is very much given this same sort of showering affection, despite not being part of Clan Elvain, though obviously seen very much still as a bright and earnest wayfarer. So you are basically manhandled by a metric ton of half giants until you are eventually sent on your way with Logan.
Oh my goodness.
I imagine they have like that uncle that's somehow taller than Geralt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just fucking enormous. I told you they could be bigger.
Yeah, Oliver's like waist high to all these dudes. He's just looking up like, wow. But being a wayfarer, of course, their height doesn't stop him from looking very smug and pleased with himself as he is shown off by Logan in the way that cats do. Size doesn't matter.
Now I know he seems small at a glance,
All
and I
right.
know that you need to squint quite
Oh,
hard
no,
to
just-
see any
you can stop
heroism
now.
in him.
They
But
get
he
the
can do
idea.
things with his mind like you wouldn't believe.
Oliver elbows Logan's
I saw
leg.
What?
It's the leg.
You made your point.
Right. Well, yes, he is a warrior maid. I promise you all.
Why did you say that? And I thought of a maid outfit right away.
No, a warrior maid,
I
as
shoot
in.
I know
Right.
what you meant. I was just kind of like, oh, right.
Damn it,
Rylan, make an
Rylan.
intelligence save.
I shoot Ryan.
Brain stat. Brain stat.
Brain
Brain
stat.
stat.
Why are you gonna put that energy out there? Anyway, we'll leave. God,
Okay.
without any maid outfits
Uh,
for now.
the first to arrive at the Alvier residence is, of course, the first duo, who will be tailed shortly after by the other duo. So, Isolde, Rylan.
I suppose
That's what
we
I had to
just
swallow. Continue.
giggity.
Ha!
But
Yep. What you
I
said.
think for a moment it's just kind of staring at the house.
It would probably seem more official if you would head in first.
Mm-hmm. It might, but we're
Mhm.
not really here in an official capacity, are we?
Mhm.
I'll be behind you, quietly observing, cheering you on in my own way. No, to be fair, I am here as more support, so I believe in you. You can do it.
Sorry, what are we talking about? Oliver butts in.
Isolde almost jumps out of her robes.
Little cat eyes looking between Rylan and Isolde. Ears flicking.
Oh God! I didn't see you there, Oliver.
Hey,
Oh, Logan.
We're here.
Logan eventually cresting over the hill.
yeah, a toddler the size of a mountain, legs awkwardly trundling forward. You feel a small tremor.
Right.
We were here to check and see how Grayson is doing, and if she has made up her mind.
Why are you still waiting here?
Isolde is preparing to check on her herself.
Aren't we all going?
Yes, Oliver.
We're all going. Isolde has graciously volunteered to take the
Staring
fall.
daggers. Staring
That's
daggers.
gonna go over like a fart in church.
Oliver giggles.
I think it'll be good.
Okay.
But I mean, you're also here, so maybe it'll be better.
What?
We'll
Huh?
be nearby, like right behind you.
What?
5 feet.
Oliver looks a little confused, one of his ears flopping back. Why are we hesitating?
Hmm.
It's
We're
just
not.
Grayson. Going
Stating
to
we're
ask her.
just finishing up some points of conversation that we had earlier, is all.
Are you conversing or fighting? Because there's blueberry on your face.
Oh, just I had a messy breakfast.
Doesn't
All
explain
right.
how it got on the back of your head.
Well, there's on
No, it does
the
not
back of your
explain
head too. Logan is already walking around to look over his head.
Does not explain it. Some things in life are a mystery. Let's go.
I think with that we walk up.
Scene's yours, guys.
Oh, Oliver will. We are still at the singing tier, I'm assuming.
Nope.
We were down the road.
We're
You
not.
are no, you are.
No,
like I said,
no.
you were
Ooh.
following after them. You are
Gotcha.
outside
Yo.
the Alvir residence.
Apologies, I missed that. I was catching up on notes.
It's okay. I was like, oh, he
Oliver's
randomly appeared. He probably got
object-
his nose buried in notes and didn't realize that they had left the tier.
Oliver is losing object permanence.
Yeah, when you talk, I was like, wait, we caught up? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I'm with you
Yeah,
now.
my
I got your
apologies.
back, bro.
Yeah, we can do this. We got
We're
this.
very fast. My
Fast as fuck, boy.
misunderstanding.
It's all
We
good.
jogged.
It worked out.
We jogged. Okay, well.
It's Logan running down the street at full speed with Oliver on his back.
They left us.
Run closer! I want to hit it with my spear.
So yeah, I guess we roll up to the door.
Well, Oliver certainly will. And this stopped. Oliver will knock on the door. Unless
Wait.
Or that
Oliver
big
will
M
not knock
comes
on the
down
door.
and claps on his shoulder and pulls him
What?
back.
Do you two even know what you're going to say?
Oh, I am just providing support.
Support for what?
You'll see. Just
What?
look impressive and happy to be here.
I think that by now Logan would get the sense that there's been a conversation he wasn't privy to, and he would
Oliver
just
won't.
reach over to take Oliver knowingly by the shoulder and kind of
Oliver
like
will object as
draw him
he's
back.
drawn back by Logan. But I am happy and impressive.
You are
True.
just not right now.
What?
Right now, we're letting Izzy talk. All right.
He kind of scratches at his head, a little confused. Okay. I don't know why it matters, but all right. If maybe
Letting-
she's trying her people skills.
It's a thing between them, Oliver. Right? You know, something we don't know about.
Yeah, friendship.
Hmm.
And it's nuance, I suppose. Yes.
The what?
Depth.
Oh,
So quiet time. Yes.
fine.
Logan
And,
gestures across to Izzy.
Izzy, who's already kind of, while a little bit of this exchange towards the tail end was going on, she's stepped up and with the head of her staff has just plonked on the door. 1, 2, 3.
As you get closer to the house, you'll hear like laughing from inside. And when you knock, it stops.
So just kind of shifts there awkwardly, foot to foot. And then turns to the other three. Well, and she just gestures at the door.
It will
Logan makes-
open to her dad. Take it away, Crow.
All right.
Got him.
Standing before you is perhaps a man who once looked so haggard, but in fact looks quite lively now, though still possessing a somewhat dour expression from time to time. Reynold raises a brow, though seeing all of you, he would bring up a finger. Good morning. And then he would step away, sort of gesturing for you to wait. He would come back sometime later with a piece of parchment and would hold it out. Is the list of materials.
Oh. Yes, that is wonderful.
Isolde kind of looks over the material list.
You'll need to, if you check your quest log, you'll notice it says, gather the supplies. You'll need to find him dragon tallow and toad flax.
Gather the supplies. I do see the quest, but I can't expand upon it.
If you go to your, the left side, in your journal notes on that little thing that looks like a bookmark,
Yeah, I do have that. I clicked that, and it says gather the supplies.
you should see 3 quests.
Harsh reading, power soul, slate of mana core.
Oh yeah, okay. Go to your journals then.
That's what it
On
was.
the right, there should be something called SOT quests.
Mm-hmm.
There you should be able to click open Slay the Manticore and see the gather the supplies info.
Oh, it's a sub-objective of the main objective.
Correct.
SOT
Gotcha.
quests in journal? I don't see that.
Campaign episodes, SOT quests.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Got it. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Of course, I'll reimburse you for the costs of everything as well. But if you're heading to Durant's Spear, Dragon Tallow and Toad Flax should be easy to come by.
Right. Okay. Well, that seems simple enough.
She pauses for a moment, hands wrenching around her staff.
Unless you're in need of money. He's sort of like looking at this situation very odd. I
Wait.
can flip the coin now.
No, we have a decent amount of silver left over after armor.
I could use a $5. I promised Finn something from Durant's spear, but I'm fresh out of coin.
Are you being serious?
Oliver's sort of youthful smile falters a little bit. Yeah.
That's a solid maybe.
He kind of just clears his throat. No, of course, that was a joke.
You can see he was reaching for like a pocket to like actually give you an electrum, but then you
Oh
say
my
you're
God.
joking, and he goes, "All right."
Holy fuck.
Ooh,
We are not taking this man's money.
Oliver was
I like
not
the
joking,
living,
but
thank you.
Oliver was not joking, but has already committed that it was a bit. Haha, very funny. And
All right. Is there something else then?
Yes, I suppose there is just one more bit of housekeeping before we need to be on our way. The lot of us would just really prefer to confirm whether is Grayson available.
He turns. Gray, your friends are here.
Grayson will come around the corner from like the kitchen area, holding a bowl that has some kind of like batter in it of sorts. She's wearing an apron, and the two longer pieces of her hair in front are braided, but the back of her hair is just as short and wild as always. She is smiling, and then she rounds the corner and sees everybody at the door. Why are they still outside?
I'd initially give them their things, but it appears they want to talk to you. So, invite them in if you want.
Only back a day or two, and she's already running the house.
He'd step away, leaving Grayson with the lot of you, and go back to whatever he was doing in the kitchen.
She steps back, kind of like awkwardly gesturing into this house, and sets the table on, or sets the bowl of whatever batter on the kitchen table, and looks back at them.
Sure. Suppose we can spare a moment.
And
Nope, you're fine. Continue.
Isolde will cross the threshold. Just kind of shuffle in. And then notices Grayson's braids.
Oh,
They're not really braids. They're like,
Like
like
French
the two
braids,
long
like very many.
pieces that like were in front of her, like
Your bangs are braided.
kind of. She has very choppy bangs. They were just very long pieces of her hair, and they're braided, like thin little braids.
Yeah, okay.
oh, you seem to be settling in well.
Grace kind of tilts her head. She looks down at her apron. Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad didn't change anything about the house really at all since I left. She says hushly.
nothing really changed on the outside of it, so I can only imagine.
I was, gonna try my hand at baking something before you guys left, but seems I wasn't fast enough. A little out of practice.
We, admittedly got a early start on things. Early for us.
What are you baking?
Dad? What was this again? There's like more of it on her than like in the bowl.
In the bowl. She's wearing it.
Yeah. She like looks at the bowl and then looks at her apron and goes, "What was this?"
It was a recipe Lynette gave me. I don't know.
Oh, well,
That's my mom's name. Uh-oh.
generally, Oliver says, with his wisdom, a solid 8, you want to know what you're making before you make it.
I mean, it has instructions.
He looks very pointedly at Oliver.
Oliver is clueless at the pointed expression.
Well, it
And
sounds
looks
like
very
an
pleased with
adventure.
himself as he relaxes on their couch, having been let in.
Well, it sounds like
Like
an
a cat
adventure.
owns the place.
Normal things.
No, I won't.
Hey, why don't we give Grayson's father a hand in the kitchen, cleaning up even.
We're still baking.
I'm not good at cooking, Rylan. I don't know what even they're making.
You can wash a dish.
No.
Yeah, you'll learn.
You can sweep. Come on.
There you go.
Well, I thought we were only going to be... And as he's dragged away.
And Izol just kind of follows them until they're into the kitchen.
I was wondering if you had given any more thought to what we talked about. I understand it's asking a lot of someone. But the boys, they just non-stop. Grayson. You're all they can seem to talk about. And,
I didn't mean to be that way.
No, of course not. No. It's more them than anything. Who knew that they could talk so much?
Grayson kind of just like folds her hands into her apron pockets awkwardly.
Oh, yes.
Okay, this is strange. Huh? The judgmental look of Rylan leaning around the corner of the kitchen and peering at Isolde like, really?
But it was nice traveling for a bit. It could be nicer going forward if you chose to travel with us again. And I not object to the proposition. And I may even find it quite enjoyable. If you did. Completely up to you, though.
I mean, when are you guys leaving?
In more of a near immediate fashion. We've got supplies, healing items specifically this time. And I think Oliver bought almost every bar of soap from Broadhurst.
As Isolde is talking and kind of reiterating that they're leaving and today, and just keeps like speaking more and more about the things they've prepared, there's this growing, like, almost like growing terror in Grayson's eyes as she continues to talk, and she's just kind of staring like forward at the floor.
It's a choice. It's your choice.
Huh? What?
I mean, if you want to or not.
Wanted to what? What?
Join us on the way to Durant Spear?
Right. I can't.
I see.
I'm sorry. I can barely step outside.
I mean, you've not even been here a week. I understand.
I'm sorry. I know you guys think I can hold my own and everything, and I wish you guys the best. I can't.
Can I ask why?
I'm afraid. And at this point, like, Grayson's arms come up and are just like wrapping around her torso. I just got home. My clothes finally smell like home again. I'm not ready to change that. Now that I have it back, I'm sorry. I can't. I can't go. I'm sorry.
if I may. I feel like this is a little overdue, and please feel free to say no. But and it's awkward for a moment as Zol kind of slowly kind of untwists her hand from her staff and kind of holds out her arms at her side and looks at Grayson. May I? And kind of gestures towards Grayson.
How does she gesture?
Give her a hug.
Yeah, in the arms open kind of, may I?
Yeah, there's almost like a flinch from Grayson as she moves back slightly on the table's edge. I don't have anything. Do you mean the sword? I can give
No.
you the sword.
No. And she just kind of steps forward, and it's a very, very loose sort of hands, almost kind of hovering at above your shoulders at first. Not quite a hug. But she just kind of like presses herself to Grayson for a moment.
Grayson's, it's very awkward.
Oh, yeah,
Grayson's arms like are tucked, and there's that like awkward movement of her arms like unwrapping her torso and kind of hugging her back. It's like a I don't know what's really happening hug.
We can fix that. For now. Just keep us in your thoughts.
I will.
And she goes, right, let me go take those two off your hands.
And heads towards the kitchen for Rylan and Oliver.
Are you two done cleaning up? Oh.
She's like looks at the floor, and there's just like a white trail of like flour still, just like where the broom didn't quite pick it up.
Yeah. Oliver has been kind of slow to sweep as he's been instructed. And he'll look up from his busy work. Oh, so what's the verdict?
Grayson is still a bit busy with her baking. Probably will be for some time. It's best if we get headed to Duranspire.
This doesn't seem to shock or surprise or even necessarily disappoint Oliver. He just kind of nods in understanding. Well, let's get going, as he quickly loses the broom, letting it lean on one of the walls.
Thank you, Mr. Alvia. We'll make sure we acquire the list of supplies.
He gives you a long look that sort of settling silence before giving a nod. Safe travels.
She gives a nod and a short curtsy.
We'll look into the supplies, as she said. We will, when we're back, we'll check in. Grayson, take care of yourself.
Yeah. Luck. And, make it back.
Blan.
Oliver will ambush Grayson with a hug, flower or
Ah!
uh, baking that she's wearing be damned, squeezing her tightly as he with a very like
My ribs! Oliver.
oh sorry. He kind of brushes her off a little bit, the streaks of like baking on uh his clothes now ignored for the moment. It's just good to have you back. Do take care. I'm off to be a wayfarer, but I'm sure we'll be back. Hopefully you have something baked by then.
Thanks. I'll try.
Gives her a thumbs up and then sort of remembers not being privy to the conversation Isolde had with Grace, and he kind of like goes, "Oh, you wouldn't still happen to have that short sword, by the way? I feel like we might be using it soon."
Think it's still with my stuff.
It's probably all right if she holds on to it. I imagine having something like that to keep around wouldn't be bad. Unless you have a use for it yourself, Oliver.
Not me specifically, but don't. I mean, wouldn't you want it?
I just picked up this broadsword. I'm good.
All right. Well, kind of shrugs. Enjoy
You
it, I
guys
guess.
can take it if you want it.
Well, I can't use it, and if Ryland doesn't want it, then
I mean, I would use it, but at the same time, I think it's good in your hands. As of right now, it's think of a little reminder of our adventure.
be careful. He kind of whispers to Grayson conspiratorially. It will electrocute whatever you stab, so best keep that thing. Keep the point, you know.
I know how to use a blade.
Of course you do. He pats her on the back. Right, of course, sorry. Don't mean to step in your business. Just letting you know it does a little more than just stab.
She looks to the rest of the party. Watch over him.
Logan isn't present, he's outside.
We will.
We do keep an eye out for each other, so but we won't keep you any longer from the baking. So
Well, the baking was for you guys. I didn't know you were going to Surly.
it's a long trip. So the sooner we're on the road, the sooner we can take care of business. The sooner we can come home.
Well, then I will eat it in your stead.
Perfect.
She awkwardly looks at her apron again.
Maybe when we're back, you can refine your skills. In the meantime,
Yeah.
all right. Well, let's not drag it out to be too awkward. So
Where's Logan?
He's outside, probably weeping.
What?
Something happened.
No. I'm teasing.
Oh.
Logan. Oliver goes out. Logan, are you crying? Did something happen? As he
There's no
steps outside.
response.
Oh, he's crying. Oh, shit. He's really
Oh,
crying. Oh, fuck.
No, you see him sat out on the porch on a patch of grass, just sort of looking at the sky and waiting. He's waiting for you guys. And when Oliver calls out, he sort of turns and gives him a strange and quizzical look. What?
He looks back. Rylan, he's not crying at all. What are you talking about?
Why are you covered in flour?
Huh?
That's the meta question.
Looks
isn't it?
down, notices he's covered in flour for the first time. Oh, Grayson's baking.
Oh. She's not going then?
Mm-mm. Nope, she seems determined to bake.
You don't
Yeah,
see
just-
it, but you'd see the gesture of him sort of clicking his tongue against the roof of his mouth and just turning away from the house.
All right. Well, we'll check in on you when we're back, Grayson. So take your time, do what you need. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I think Grayson would kind of tepidly follow them out the door. She seems to be she checks her corners of like each house or like the doorway when she steps out, and I assume her dad would probably be there in the doorway behind her.
He'd follow
She'd,
after. Yeah.
Yeah, she'd step outside and look to them. Good luck. I hope you guys make it back.
We will. Don't worry. It's a fairly easy trip, all considered. Just south out of town, cross the bridge, follow the road to Jarran Spear. Easy. Well, all right. And he offers a smile, wave to Grayson, and
For what it's worth, thank you for finding me in that place.
I'm glad we did. It's good to have you home.
Good to be home.
I think at this point, just Isolde just more so waves and joins her brother, waiting some ways away.
Bye, Logan.
Yeah. Yeah, goodbye, Gray.
Keep them fed.
They'll eat.
I'm sure they'll eat.
If not, I'll make them.
Force feeding. What a slave driver. Let's be off. The road awaits. This is turning into a Minnesota goodbye.
Logan very gently pushes himself off of the ground. He uses his sheathed sword to kind of ease himself from the grass. And he'll look Izzy over searchingly from head to toe. You ready?
As I'll ever be.
Okay, let's go. Long walk.
Have you ever been to an orcish village, Logan?
I think we went when we were little.
Okay, but recently.
And she's gonna kind of like rapid fire like quiz like while you were touring. Did you actually go to one like for a while?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now that all of Logan's answers will be very conservative to some degree. Like, they're just people. They're orcs. They're nice. The town is
Yeah,
just like ours. Nothing is different.
yeah, you can tell like Isolde is not necessarily satisfied with that.
Yeah. There's no like fantastical explanations from him. It's just very sober. Yeah, they're just
Like, ah,
guys.
yes, this, that, the other, fish. Like, yeah, okay, fish, but like,
The women don't braid their hair. The men don't shave. Maybe that could pique her interest.
mildly. But again, it was less riveting than.
Yeah, they don't have any kind of like rage or curse or anything violent about them whatsoever. They're just guys, just big old guys.
Ryland's explanation.
Probably.
Adequate.
All right, party. Leaving the Alvir residence, you gather yourself, your band of 4. What are we doing with the rest of our day?
Traveling.
Let's fucking blow this popsicle stand.
We're gonna fuck some shit up. Throw us a manticore.
What?
Shut the fuck up!
It's
Don't
a
bring that
dice,
energy here.
Very well. Guys, we're back. Logan is dead.
Wait, why me? What the
It's
fuck?
been an hour.
5 feet out of town. Da-da, da-da.
Because if it wasn't you, you're keeping all of us alive. So the minute you die, we run. It's over.
Well, the
When-
white cobblestone roads leading you out of town lead you into the Southlands proper. The road you can follow will take you to Durant's Spear. It should take you about 3.5 days. If you travel and fully travel each day that you are able to, you should reach Durant's Spear by about midday. So hopefully the town will still be active when you get there. Who's leading us in our first couple hexes?
I guess I
Put a
will.
gun at the
unless-
road warden. Get
Yeah,
to
I
warden.
think our dynamic will most likely always be him leading and Logan watching. Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think Oliver's in a position to do any of that until he has some experience under his belt.
Let's get moving, party. Pick your hexes. We're moving 2 today.
Oliver points up. Guys, look, a big bird. As the rock comes sailing towards us.
Grabs
Wow.
Oliver, flies off.
Huh.
Bye,
The
guys.
bird caught the cat.
That bird's a lot bigger up close.
Well, that bird's getting really big.
Really
guys.
big. Where'd the sun go?
All right. Roll for me a d12 and roll for me a perception check.
Yeah, I imagine Isolde and Oliver are probably still chittering away about like, what if we find this? What do you think we'll find this
good.
time? Like,
Hatapa, hatapatababa. A
I bet
1.
we'll see a dragon.
Very well. Give me just a moment. Start out
A 1.
strong, baby. Start out strong.
And you're asking me to do rolls. What do you expect?
You curse yourself, you know.
No, I'm just cursed in general.
I did not mean to roll 2. We'll take the first one. A 10.
Here comes the manty.
Do 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 do. And it says scroll.
Oh my god. That's what I was gonna say. I hope it's Night Maidens.
Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that just be swell?
Oh gosh, it's a Night Maiden. No, that's just a.
That's just a harpy.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. 2. That's a lot of them. Wow.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
As you are traveling, beginning to settle down for camp, um, you would hear a rather loud and obnoxious noise, sort of existing on the edge of the road, before it eventually breaches through the tree line and begins to cross the road proper. It is a gaggle, a fucking smorgasbord of boars.
Oh no.
It is 8 massive boars.
Oh.
They are currently intent on sort of just traversing the Deepwood, currently heading south, more than likely towards the river. However, as a number of them pause during their traveling over the white cobblestone road, sort of lit by the lamps that adorn the sides, some of them would turn their head and begin making various boar noises in your direction, especially towards the Logan, who I imagine is carrying the supplies.
Logan Alvain is in possession of the food, yes.
Is in you who they are very interested.
Logan very awkwardly turns to face the party once he notices this very specific attention leveled onto him. What's going on? You all seen this?
I am.
Mm,
Several of
Midas.
the boars break off,
just animals.
their snouts sniffing at the air as they get closer.
Oh no. No, I know you don't want my
Oh.
food.
By the saints, Logan, they like you.
No, Oliver, they want to eat. No, we
Must
don't
be
have
all
any
those
food.
goats you keep talking about.
Sheep.
These
Sorry,
are
Shit.
giant boars, by the way, as to be expected of Tarosi animals. They are bigger than how big would they be?
Cow-sized.
No.
What? Moose-sized?
No, you're not that big. Jesus.
Oh. Look, I've seen the Inkley art, all right? He banks those things big.
They're when they lift their heads up, their heads probably come to Ryland's chest.
That'll still kill like a whole army of people.
It'll kill.
that would
it'll
murder
kill
us.
very
That
easily.
would murder.
Yep.
Those little tusks. Oh boy.
Little. Oh boy.
Those little tusks.
They were enough for fucking Robert. This is gonna be enough for us.
Most dangerous animal in the world. Giga-sized.
Oh, actually, thank you for reminding me.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Not only are there 8 boars, after a moment, another boar passes, sort of like following behind. This one is the largest of the troop, or the as somebody said in chat, I guess sounder is the noun for pigs and boars, like a group of them. There is one whose tusks are massive, sort of jutting out from the sides of their mouth, possessing almost like a jagged or serrated appearance. You would also note that they have horns sort of protruding out from the edges of their head, curling backwards with this streaks of gray fur that sort of accentuate the sides of their body, following the contour of their muscles. And you would watch as they sniff the air and sort of inhale sharply. When they inhale, you hear this crackle and sort of smell this very strong scent of ozone as electricity crackles across their body.
Yeah, that brassy odor, which I assume by now Logan is acquainted with, having been in the facility.
Indeed. for you Tarosi natives, you would know this to be a Thunder Fury boar.
And it's coming up to Logan, yeah?
It's not.
Okay.
It has made its presence known. It more than likely is either leading this this little gaggle of boars, or like is like their protector or watcher or something like that. It is watching very intently as several of them have broken off to come investigate the camp. And it is sort of keeping its distance, watching electricity crackling over its body.
Yeah, is there any kind of animal handling role I could do where Logan would try to suss out the dynamic between them and the smaller boars? Like,
Sure.
is he waiting for them to go back to the herd, or
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an animal handling.
Where the fuck's Alaric when you need him?
23. Your proficient knowledge as a farmhand in Elion would let you know that this is like a protector or a guardian, more than likely the progenitor of these boars. It is perhaps letting them sate their curiosity, but is also like ready to pounce if you fleshy individuals decide that danger or attacking is the most optional method or the most correct method.
Of course. Yeah, seeing him and seeing these little boars converging upon him, Logan will turn a look of apology to them as though they could tell that sorry kind of emotion. I don't have any food. None that I can spare, at least. I'm sorry.
We're at an impasse here.
roll me another animal handling. And because because of your experience with animals, I'll let you roll it at advantage.
Oh, thank you.
17. As you attempt to sort of placate their wants by telling them no food, but also not trying to escalate the situation. After a moment, it now turns into just curiosity. You possess many smells. You're from a place perhaps that they are aware of or don't know about, in which they would just sort of scrounge around camp for a bit. And then you would eventually hear this very deep, almost guttural noise from the Thunder Fury boar that very quickly draws the attentions of the smaller boars by comparison, who would eventually run back and then join that one as they begin to make their way deeper into the forest. And it is the Thunder Fury boar who lingers on the edge of the tree line, sort of looking back at the party, as if staring at you very intently, before eventually traversing into the deep woods as well.
That's their dad, by the way. You guys know that?
Huh?
The big one who was just looking at us, he made all of them.
What?
Why are you laughing?
Oh, I just thought they were big and fluffy. They seem nice.
There. Maybe we should get them some truffles. On the way back, I mean, if we see them again.
If you can find any that you want to spare. Good work with them, by the way.
Logan sort of shrugs with his hands.
Oh, let's set up camp for the night. I probably won't be back, I don't think. Unless something worse is out there.
Yes, the
might.
lingering smell of pig.
We can move camp a few feet over.
No. Maybe that's a good thing.
Ugh.
No, I'm serious. It could keep things from encroaching in the camp. It's how they mark their territory. Why are you all looking at me like that? This is sensible information, right?
suppose it is.
Oliver gently lifts up an empty little like meal tray.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Hungry, baby hungry.
Rattle, rattle, rattle. Yeah, you might have not have had food for them, but you better have food for me.
Like that cat rattling the bowl. Feed me.
Clink, 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 clink.
I can see the bottom of
Okay,
it.
okay.
Clearly, it's empty. Like
Set
it's
the tents. I'll get
complete-
the fire going.
it's completely full except for that one spot. Empty.
All right, Mr. Logan, go ahead and roll me a culinary check, please. Let's see how delicious your meal is tonight. Oh, good heavens!
Oh,
Very
good heavens,
nice.
indeed. Oh my god.
What are you making?
Logan busts out the truffles. Those bastards didn't know.
All right,
Never
it's
saw it
initiative.
coming.
The meal was too good, they knew.
Oh my god, I think he'd probably make some kind of boneless, skinless chicken breasts and just, I guess, how would you even cook that over a fire? Like spit it? Fuck.
I mean, you have like,
Utensils.
hey, you have pots and pans and stuff.
Oh
don't you?
yeah.
Hey, you can still just put it at the bottom of a pot. Use it as a skillet.
And there's no equivalent of soy sauce in the setting, is there, DM?
There is.
Not here.
Is there equivalent of soy sauce where we're from?
Ooh, okay. So,
Ooh.
Dranspear does trade with Eliond. Let me roll.
Nice.
Yeah, I
Can
don't know.
I make
I'm going
one
to say a 15 above. There has been a recent shipment.
Roll for
that-
soy sauce.
that Mr. Carwell brought with him a plethora of goods, culinary goods from Duran's Spear. Their soy sauce.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Excellent. So we get the sauce from Duran Spear.
The
Yeah.
sauce.
They're the ones that okay, so we can even turn this into like an actual lore conversation about why the place is awesome.
We could be the traders. Yeah,
Yeah, so
where does soy sauce sell?
Figure out.
by now Logan has prepared the chicken, boneless, skinned, and he seasons it with a mix of forage herbs and salt and a copious amount of soy sauce, my friends. And using like a series of sticks that he go and gather, he skewers them in pieces, holding them over the flame where they cook. And as the meal is cooking, essentially, the meat is getting seared. I guess he would notice at the corner of his eye, Izzy, of all people, the one who was asking him about the place. You know that sauce that Dad sometimes uses for his rice and whatnot? It's from
Yeah.
there.
Oh.
Thought it'd be fitting using it now for this chicken.
We could probably get more. Dad would be appreciative. If
Oh,
nothing
we
else.
will.
And she seems to make a note of it in her little book.
There's a very sizzling and mouth-watering sound and aroma in the air as they talk. 2 bottles worth, at the very least. Wait, no, one for us, one for Ma, maybe one for Ryland's mom. Who else? Maybe Oliver's mom too. We need 4 bottles. One for the wisdom, or we'll never hear the end of it. That's 5.
Had to come back poor after an adventure. Buying gifts for the whole
He
village.
just didn't learn from Geralt. Geralt warned him. He didn't learn his lesson. He continues to bribe everyone.
Well, no one's telling Logan no.
I mean, at least Mom and Dad. You
What about
wanna-
the others?
Logan looked over. Or Oliver looked over at Logan. I need to get Finn something.
Oh, that's right. We can get him a bottle of soy sauce. Wait, he can't eat. Fuck. Right?
I mean, I've never seen him eat.
Well, he's a pot. Oliver.
Hey,
Wha-
Let's go off the assumption that Finn doesn't need to eat and find a gift more suitable, more general.
a spear.
No.
Oh,
Are we gonna spend the night bickering about what gift to get
Maybe.
Finn?
maybe.
I wouldn't give him a weapon. He's a kid.
What's he going to do? Stab himself with it?
No. Stab others with it by accident, playing with it. You know, what children do.
How else is he going to know it's from Durant's spear if it's... I mean, it's in the name.
You never told him you'd get him a spear, did you?
No, but it's from Durant's spear. So it makes sense that to give him a spear.
You're an asshole.
As the conversation fades, and the smell of that delicious meal permeates the night air. I'm gonna roll real quick.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
Bars roll up. Hey, you better have seconds. Oh, what the hell?
This night, in particular, is uneventful and quiet, allowing you to rest here along the road, illuminated by the lamps, with a sense of ease, as it were.
Oh, I love traveling.
Perfect. I hope you all enjoyed your fried rice with chicken.
Absolutely.
I
Hell
bet
yeah.
Logan makes it far better than mine.
I think next gift for Logan is gonna be a walk.
Hell yeah.
Are you sure? Because
An adamantine walk.
how good can it be? I mean, spam hasn't been invented yet, so like...
We can make spam. We'll figure it out.
I mean,
Whoa, he uses real bacon, you animal.
it's just preserved pork, and it's just like potted pork, basically. A lot of fucking salt, though. Ooh.
And if those boars get talkative, if they get too nosy,
No.
more bacon,
Yeah.
son.
Oh, that's a threat.
No, that's how that's gonna go, is it?
Man, for real.
I'm party. It is the 20th of Hearthlight. It is a new day and a new step in your adventure. Who is leading today? Are we keeping the same dynamic as before? Rylan
I
and
would,
Logan?
I would imagine so.
Indeed.
Very well, Rylan. Roll for me a d12 and please move your 2 hexes.
Following the road. D12. Try and do better. Better.
Perception check.
Doom,
Thankfully.
doom, doom.
It is a almost mundane day. Incredibly quiet. Nothing really catches your interest or even really draws any attention to itself as you all are walking. Until you eventually reach the end of your travels. The only thing eventful tonight is when you all set up camp and begin your beginning your ritual, as it were, to begin making food, setting up tents, all of the like. Could you roll me another check, please, with cook's utensils?
Yes, I can, DM my lad.
Fantastic. The only thing of interest that happens tonight is that a couple, a orc and a half orc, appear to be making their way up the road, and having basically reached the end of their travels for the day, would ask to basically share a campsite with you.
I don't see why not.
Um, at a first glance, sort of sussing them out, their manner, their appearance, could I insight them?
Certainly.
Yeah.
What are you attempting to suss out of them?
If anything stands out.
Certainly. They appear well traveled, or perhaps more experienced, at least in the ways of sort of moving throughout the road. You would note that they wear rather simple clothing or mundane clothing, sort of muted colors, stained with various segments of like sort of sea salt that has sort of frayed at the edges of their clothing, letting you know that they've at least had some experience around the water. One of them is armed, currently possessing a long sword worn on the hip, as well as when they eventually go to sit down, you would see that the one who rolls up his sleeves, the half orc gentleman, possesses these very winding and very intricate sort of black tattoos that encompass all the way from their fingertips, more than likely up the length of their forearm to their biceps and shoulders. The design is sporadic and very vibrant in places where it possesses sort of very bright pigments like reds and yellows and blues before becoming muted again with the sort of black coloration that's there. They otherwise appear very friendly, despite possessing a weapon and sort of approaching the lot of you. They don't feel the need to sort of keep themselves guarded. In fact, as dinner is being cooked, they would be offering up whatever supplies that they had brought with them to add to the pot, basically, to sort of get to add like a share for themselves.
Logan sort of waves off any attempts. He would let them know that they're fine and just use their own, sort of treat them. Are these patterns on their arms anything to recall from your own spear? Is it common?
Roll me a... How many times have you been to Duran's Spear in your life?
Well, Logan went there when he was little. Other than that, I don't think he would remember unless it's like this fugitive memory deep in him that surfaces to let him know.
Then I would say you're not too sure. It is very striking, though. It very much catches it very much catches the attention.
Are the tattoos anything I might have seen before?
Roll me a history check.
Sure.
It's fuzzy. It's hard to tell if this is a memory that you actually remember or if it's something your subconscious just puts there, as the brain often tricks itself. Maybe you've seen them before. Maybe you haven't.
Okay. I think Isolde would just kind of make conversation, figuring out, just general, like, oh, hey, where are you off to? Where you come from? Blah, blah, blah.
You would find out that they are on their way to Eliant. They are there because they are looking to basically commission one of your guild craftsmen that they currently lack in Duran's Spear. As well, you would be informed that there's been a bit of a problem. Not really a problem in Duran's Spear, but more of a nuisance. And Duran's Spear, for the last week, has been harried by perpetual rainstorms. And it's lasting far longer than what the wisdom anticipated.
Understood. Yeah. But yeah, other than that, just get general scuttlebutt.
Yeah. Ryan would join in with that too, just trying to asking about the town, asking about the area, what they're up to, that kind of thing. Also passing along the warning that about the manticore, of course. Just be careful, watch the sky, that kind of thing.
The warning is very well received. They had no idea about the manticore, and you can see for a moment that they basically reconsider traveling to Eliond,
Ooh.
mostly because they also know that the road warden is gone.
Yeah. I mean, Rylan would let him know like who he is and everything too, and so but not like I'm boasting. It's just like, well, I'm his son, and I'm trying to take over for him until he's back, kind of thing. So, and then probably offer for them to come back to Durant Spear with them, and then when they return to Elions, then they can all travel together if they want to have safety in numbers.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh my god. Yeah. God, I thought that was old for a second.
Hearing that, they would agree. And next time that they head out, or next time that you all prepare to leave, whenever that may be from Duran's Spear, they'll accompany you, meaning you will have basically 2 civilians to keep safe on your trek back to Eliond.
We'll form ourselves a little caravan at this rate.
Okay. With that, the rest of the night passes. Let's see. It is now the 21st of Hearthlight. Rylan, go ahead and move your 2 hexes for today. And roll me that d12, please. Roll me that perception check. Okay. It would definitely be Logan who sees it and perhaps feels it before the others. As you begin to border on the outside of, or actually, as you begin to border on a deeper portion of the woods here, you would feel that sort of shift in pressure, sort of signifying to you, Logan, that you're beginning to step into an area being very heavily waylaid by storms. And as you would eventually pass into the deep wood proper, now would begin to be assailed by heavy rainfall, as well as the crash of lightning overhead, followed by that boom of thunder.
Everyone's upset today. All your packs covered? It's only trickling now, but it's going to get worse as we get closer.
Weather on the coast is always volatile, so we should be fine. Just keep your cloak hoods up, and you can drape your cloaks over the top of your pack to keep it more dry. Plus, it keeps you warmer. Boy Scout tricks with ponchos.
What?
So it was in the Boy Scouts, you would have like a poncho
Oh.
put over the back.
Oh my god.
Keep your backpack. It would
Jesus
keep your backpack
Christ.
dry, and it would
Yeah,
actually
yeah, of
keep
course.
you warmer.
Sorry, I thought you were still talking again.
No, I try to like lose the accent when I'm just going nuts.
All right.
Hey, Ryland's an Eagle Scout, didn't you know?
Uh, your
Fuck it, I
first
believe it.
your first real sort of experience camping. Before it had been sort of pleasant evenings, no real elemental influence, but now weather has decided to rear its head for the first time during your treks as a wayfarer. For some of you, for Rylan and for Logan, you have experienced blizzards and the like being up in the Bloodfen Mountains. But for our not so experienced wayfarers, having to navigate how to put down tents to avoid the muck, as well as getting your boots stuck in things, and not really having the comfort of proper shelter over you. This is your first test, as it were.
And Isolde doesn't like it.
How much help does she need?
Uh, she definitely struggles with part of putting up the tents, especially with her hands getting, rained on, essentially not able to grip like the poles very well,
Ryland
and
would
some of it becoming like
definitely-
waterlogged as she, takes her time getting it there. So then it becomes heavier to pitch the tent.
Well, given that it's their tent, I'd say that Logan would definitely help her. Whatever she can't hold onto, he would.
like Ryland would try to offer advice to, like, since we're in a apparently heavily forested area, we can use trees as like supports and partial shelter from the rain. So if you pitch your tent kind of like in the lee of a tree, then you can avoid a lot of the downpour.
Is it
Yeah.
just wet or is it wet and windy?
Yes. Wet and
Okay.
windy.
Thank you.
And since it's been raining here a while, muddy.
Yeah. Oliver don't know what he's doing.
I mean, you definitely help all of
He's
that.
a quick learner, but he don't know what the heck to do.
I think that's when, yeah, he'd flex the survival skills too, like find firm ground at a slight upslope, near like the foot of trees and stuff, away from roots, like big roots and everything, and just, you don't want to be in a puddle. You want to have like rain running downwards away from you, kind of thing.
But trying to take all this information in whilst being rained upon.
Oliver is taking in this information like that totally makes sense as he's handing you the tent.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's agreeing and nodding and
Yes.
giving you
Uh-huh.
a good elbow of encouragement.
Yep.
That's great.
You got this.
You really know your stuff. Yeah, overall, I think Oliver would have a very good time. Oh, this sucks. That's the first time that it sucked, so he's pretty grumpy about it.
Adventuring isn't all he thought it was.
What the fuck is this?
You've stumbled onto the not so glamorous part of adventures.
It's the first peek into reality. Yes.
It only gets better from here.
Would this require like a survival check, DM, or?
No.
Oliver believes Ryland that it will get better for me.
Well, with Oliver successfully gaslit and the tents up, I guess we're taking our rest, right?
Indeed. Uh. Give me a moment.
That never fucking bodes well.
Here comes
No.
Pee. I'll be back.
Oh, wow, I've
Here
not rolled
comes-
under a 50. Okay.
Here comes the water elemental.
Well, something like
Beans.
that.
Oh.
As you all, who would be on first watch tonight?
Fine.
You know what?
I think Logan is the one who cleans the dishes, so he'd probably be the first.
No fair. He'd help you
No
clean
fair.
dishes. He'd help you wash dishes. Jeez.
Then why don't we do it together while holding hands?
Yeah.
Okay. But they're holding hands, right?
Fingers
Nice.
intertwined.
Excellent.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Or rolls up. Yep. Oh shit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll come back
I'll be-
later.
I'll be
I'll come
leaving
back
now.
next watch.
Who's next? So that way I know who I'm interrupting. All right.
Fourth. Excellent.
So Logan and Rylan then.
Well, I mean, we're not on the same watch. I was just making a quip how he wouldn't just leave him to do dishes by himself. It was like, because we have, what, 3 watches? Is that how it's, or dividing the nights up, right?
So technically, I fucked up last time. Yes, it would be 3 watches. It would basically be an hour doing shit, 3 watches, and then an hour doing stuff. So like taking down camp and everything.
Okay, so my supposedly weird guess at the time was somewhat correct. Nice. Yeah,
No.
'cause 2 hour
Lightning strike
watch.
you.
Of course, like, ah! The 2 hour watch, and then yeah, 2 hour watches. That makes sense. That's how we used to do it on the ranch. So perfect. So I guess if Logan wants to do first watch, does Oliver want to wake up in the middle of the night or super early?
You asking me?
That was a question for Oliver. Do you want to wake up in the middle of the night for watch or super early for watch?
Oh, I'm sorry, I heard it was soul day. I think Oliver would prefer to sleep for as long as he can, and would argue to take last watch.
I guess
Assuming a
it's
soul day couldn't, do it.
Maybe somebody always gets like a night off or something. They rotate that.
I mean, that makes the most sense.
Yeah. So like one night someone gets a full night always, so they're not always like, oh god, it's my turn on watch. Fuck.
Yeah, I was a little taken aback at first because up until now, he hasn't had to actually take watch at all. So he's like, "Oh, you want me
Huh?
to like get up early and just sit around?"
Read, study, do stuff.
No. You keep watch. You don't fucking read a book.
I don't really have a book, but
You bought one, nerd. That's why it's blank though.
You got a journal to write in.
There you go. Journal.
all right.
You gotta get used to it sometime.
And I did it the last
I
2
guess.
times.
We'll let the ladies sleep in this time.
Fine, I guess. Whatever. I'll take last watch.
All right, and Ryan will take midnight watch.
And that means Logan's on first watch.
Correct.
Fantastic. While everybody is sleeping, everybody is resting, as it were. Mr. Alvain, would you roll me a perception check, please?
You know, I've only had good rolls since this session started. I get the sneaking suspicion that that's over and it ends right now. But we'll see.
DM always tells me that that's how I curse myself, so don't do that.
Oh, baby, I knew it.
Despite your protests that you must be on watch, the sort of constant downpour, as well as the intermittent flashes of lightning followed by that resounding thoom of thunder, does draw the senses and begins to narrow them considerably. Despite your best efforts to pay attention to your surroundings become darker and darker. There's no real fire to sort of keep the shadows at bay, and eventually it's nothing more than a smoldering heap. It wouldn't be until just before your watch is over. Give me a second. it wouldn't be just until your watch is over that you feel something tap on your shoulder. Did you cook tonight?
Yes, and I
Do
got a
you-
really nice roll.
Perfect. Yeah, you would feel a tap on your shoulder, followed by a voice.
Excuse me.
Logan screams. He doesn't just scream, in fact. He he just been finished collecting in a small little harness where he has all his plates and his mess kit. Everything he just cleaned, and it all just flies out of his hand as shaking and shuddering he goes also flying off of the log he was sat on. And rolls and ends up on like a patch of mud facing this thing, whatever it was, with a look of shock.
As you turn around and face this entity, it is a mass of jet black fur. It is also taller than you and appears to be looking down at you. And as you jump, it very quickly retracts its gargantuan clawed hand and very quickly brings them up. The sort of like soothing gesture, this attempting to assuage worries, as you would hear.
Oh, no, I mean you no harm.
You would see an entity very broad, what appears to be wearing this mantle that is adorned in leaves and various pieces of nature itself, sort of tightly bound around the neck and then hanging over his shoulders down his back, almost like a shawl. You would see leather-bound sort of straps that sort of decorate his wrists that come up, along with a massive belt, this almost girdle and adorning loincloth that hangs considerably low, like down past his knees. You would also notice the very wide snout and sort of rounder ears at the top. This appears to be, in your eyes, Logan, a walking bear.
An actual walking bear speaking common?
Indeed.
Yeah, I think Logan's expression turns from shock to a rather quizzical sort of amusement, like he's been playing a joke. Then it settles on a confused smirk, looking him up and down, and this placating gesture of hands. Who are you? What are you, even?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. I smelled your food and was very interested, but it took me some time to get here. I am Orin Glensworn. I am the druid in charge of this sect of woods.
Oh, you help the people of your own spear, Orn.
From time to time. My true guide is to protect the lands, to make sure that they do not take too much.
Well, okay. You're hungry, yeah?
If it is not too much of a burden, I see already that your fire has dimmed, and though I look around, I see no food.
No, I just cleaned up some, but there's some leftovers. But they'll come at a price.
As to be expected, what is it you ask for?
Logan very carefully pushes himself off of the ground. He stands up with whatever dignity he can regain, wiping the mud off of himself. What he can see, he's definitely covered a lot of it behind him. Muck running down his arms and down the back of his legs. Well, on our way here, we happened upon this big pack of boars. Some of them looked hungry. And I thought it'd be nice if we got them some truffles. So if you have truffles to spare, I'll cook up something for you.
I know of whom you speak. They should be making their way here soon enough.
Oh, aye?
They are companions of mine.
Well, there you have it. Give them some truffles on our behalf, and I'll cook.
I shall do so then.
Yes, they came upon us, much like yourself, hungry, but I knew that if we were to feed one of the boars, we'd have to feed all of them, and we'd run out of food. Far more manageable if it's just one person.
Indeed. Pray tell, are you wayfarers, you and your companions here?
Oh, aye. We are from Alien's Tier. It's my sister, Izzy, and Rylan, and Oliver. And I'm Logan. Good to meet you. And Logan reaches across, offering him his right hand.
And he would shake it. You would see as he takes your hand, it, though still possessing claws, vaguely resembles that of a hand similar to yours.
Oh, humanoid in its likeness, huh?
He's a Bigfoot.
He would shake your hand, sort of matching your grip.
This is an auspicious sign from the Wild Father. We've been in need of wayfarers after the last incident, so it is good that you have made your way south.
Oh, so you heard the news.
Indeed.
We brought them here ourselves. Then I'm supposing that the mayor knows?
I have not spoken to Joranson, but the trees know much.
Of course.
Thank you for what you've done for them.
My condolences, too. I'm sure they had families and the like.
You will meet them soon enough.
I hope so. I hope we can give them some closure at least.
You may notice that the skies above are darkened. The rain continues to fall. The skies are angry. This is not natural.
It isn't?
The storm should have passed 4 days ago, and yet it persists. There are creatures who harry the beaches. The locals call them storm scuttlers. These are creatures drawn to lightning. They thrive under the sounds of thunder. They have been destroying the local ecosystem. Many of the creatures who called this land home are being driven from it. They are being attacked and killed. And some that the storm scuttlers kill they do not even eat, thus ruining the cycle. If you are wayfarers, true and proper, might I give you a task?
Picturing everything that Orn says, his attention sort of veering off towards the darkness of the deep wood. Logan's gaze centers, and then it hardens. It hardens with a very familiar determination, and he turns to this bear entity and gives a rather firm bob of the head.
The Wild Father truly has blessed me. I would ask that you and your companions find the source of this storm. More than likely, the storm scuttler mother. The people here refer to her as a galleon, though I'm not certain what that means.
It's a ship.
Ah. I suppose it makes sense, seeing as they are both from the water.
Well, a ship is man-made.
You see him pause for a moment, as if considering, bringing the clawed hand up to sort of scratch underneath his chin.
I have not seen this mother, but I have seen many of her children. They are large and possess frightening attunement to lightning. I would ask that if you do go after them, to save the people of Duran's Spear, that you be mindful for your own safety.
Anything we should be looking out for other than that?
I've seen strange lightning strikes hit the beach. Far often than it should. As if it's drawn to something. But I cannot
Perhaps
get close.
Looking to destroy something specific?
I do not know.
Only Ever knows. Huh. Well, seeing as you're staying for food, would you care to stay until my companions are awake?
I do not mind. Perhaps you'll find need of my wares.
Oh, you're selling things. Maybe you could potentially have something that help us against, I suppose, lightning. How did Oliver call it? Electricity?
You may look upon it and see if anything may fit your needs.
Thank you, Orn. What do you like, anyway?
There's a sort of small pause.
Are you perhaps in possession of any fish?
Salmon? Yes.
That would be delightful.
Do you like salt on your salmon? Pepper? Do you even like it cooked?
Hey now.
It depends on how you cook it, but I am not the cook. I will eat whatever is made.
Alright. Then we're going to treat our bear friend.
Fantastic.
Then we're going to go through all of our supply of salmon to make him a veritable little feast. And embellish it with some vegetables and whatnot. Give him an actual plate. I'm assuming you'd like me to roll.
Yes, please.
Very good. I roll. Oh, nice.
Very good. And Orin is very appreciative of it. Here is what Mr. Glensworn is selling.
Yeah, open up that trade menu.
Fairness. I hate you.
Jesus Christ.
What's up?
He can't help himself.
What's up?
My God.
I like how he's hours of operation, as if he's just a fucking random bear wandering around. Oh, sorry.
He's also
Checks
a merchant.
clock.
What do you want?
Checks
Also,
clock.
the fucking name of the goddamn.
Yeah, what's
fuck
up?
you.
What about it?
Yeah.
You know,
Why are you being haters?
don't pretend. I'm calling Disney right now.
Hey, I made this man great food. Why is he shafting me with the prizes?
What do you mean?
What's up with that?
He barely knows you. You gave him
He
a lovely lunch.
He barely knows me.
That wasn't a pun.
Okay.
I hate it. This is
And
unbearable.
oh my god. Orin would wait to till second watch Of which,
Yeah,
go on.
Logan would definitely wait to tell his whoever comes next, I guess Rylan, that there's a bear man whose name is Orn, and he belongs to whatever local druidic circle is available for your spear, that he watches the wilderness, and that he's here to warn us about the storm and how it's not natural, all that, and then present him with the big bear man.
Rylan's like, who's the bear? Yeah, and then when he gets told, he nods and accepts this news. Druids are a thing, so maybe
He
not.
also gave us a task.
Oh,
He wants us to find the source of the storm. And he says that it comes from a galleon. Told him it's a ship, so it's probably out in sea.
galleon.
Don't know.
Unless it's spelled differently, it might be something else entirely.
Would it be, DM? Isn't a galleon a ship?
Yeah.
Well, there's
It's a gigantic ship.
there's a galleon, like, I don't know. It just has some weird fantasy name for some other thing, but yeah, galleon normally a ship.
Find out, Smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a type of caravel, right?
Caravel's a type of ship too.
Rylan, as you go to take your watch, you are greeted by a massive bear man who greets you warmly.
A pleasure, my friend.
It's good to meet you as well. Friendly faces all traveling. Two half-orc friends down for the night. We're not going to make them stand watch, so...
He smelled the food and he came. Kind of like the boars.
Well, only cooked and much more appreciative and less threatening.
Indeed. No, far more threatening. Goodness, he's huge.
Well, with my father being out to meet the Dracus, have you seen anything else strange other than the storms on the roads, like the manticore that's been threatening this area?
I do not leave the deep wood, I am afraid. I stay close to Duran's spear, as is where my grove resides.
We've been seeing signs of it anywhere from 1 to 2 days north and west of here, on the road towards Elian's tier. So if you do hear anything or know of any method of dealing with manticores, it would be certainly useful.
I am afraid not. Aside from warding the creature through my magic and other various predators, but it is not perfect. Creatures will find a way, as to be expected of the creation of the Wild Father.
So a manticore is a natural.
I do not know. They have existed far longer than I have. What makes them natural?
I'm gonna go lay down.
Go ahead and rest.
This kind of existentialism is gonna keep me up.
Rest well, my friend.
Hope you enjoyed your meal, Horn.
Indeed I did. Thank you again.
Logan shows a thumbs up, and then he'll go crouch into his tent. try not to wake up his sister.
Your father's presence is sorely missed.
So I have heard multiple times, even from the enemy themselves.
As to be expected.
I suppose to answer your question, what makes something natural would be the difference between other beast folk and morlings.
He sort of raises a brow.
What do you know of Morlings?
Mostly whatever my mother has taught me, and then what I've learned from fighting them.
Morlings are misguided. Everything possesses within them a light, some perhaps more suppressed than others. With enough influence, even I could become a Morling, just as easily as one of them could become a beast folk. They
What are you
have
saying?
lives and have societies. Does that make them natural?
Isn't the corruption that turns them from beast folk into morlings unnatural?
It is a part of the world.
Are you saying that morlings can be redeemed?
Anything can be redeemed, my friend, just as easily as anything can be lost.
Have you ever seen it happen?
There are some beasts who preside outside of my influence, who can be swayed by nature. A creature who was once hunted can now become the hunter if pushed to it. The world is powerful, and it can influence even you.
But a morling has never been changed back into a beast folk in your experience. Not yet.
There's a moment where they look at you, their brows sort of knitted together.
Only one.
Well, the fact that there's even one is surprising. I've never heard of that.
You watch as they sort of shift where they're sitting, sort of look up to the stormy sky. Just sort of let that silence linger.
My mother is under the impression that it's impossible. Morlings are savage beasts. It wasn't until I told her that one spoke to me in common tongue that she even... Well, it surprised her, I should say.
As to be expected, many people will go their entire lives without knowing the complexity of a Morling. Though they may look different, they share similarities to you and your friends. They possess companionship, ideals, goals, and ambitions. It is just a shame that some of them are so easily misguided.
And that does give me more to think about. I had only ever considered it in the same vein as my mother, her and her friends, her her companions, which you're probably aware of, when they hunt the wilderness and they fight creatures like that. Although I don't know the last time she's been out, but I know her companions are often less than idle.
I hope that the next morning you meet, you will learn more.
If you say it's possible, then perhaps I'll have to be more thoughtful about it.
A massive bare hand comes over, patting you on the back.
And for now, let us enjoy the call of the storm.
I rather like thunderstorms. I find the sound interesting.
There's a nod of agreement, as eventually your watch would come to an end.
Cat meet bear. Bear meet cat. This will go very well.
I'm going to let you know. Despite him saying that he would, Oliver will not wake up unless somebody wakes him.
Oh, he'll get woken up.
Very well.
That's the rule. You get woken up for watch.
When the time comes, Oliver, pleasantly snoozing away, you probably have to shake him a little bit, with the sound of the thunder sort of drowning out most of the conversation that's probably been happening outside. Where he
Logan fucking told him that he would be tired as hell.
Indeed. He is drowsy and slow to wake, and there is a complaining groan as he rises from his bag. What?
Well, it's your turn for watch. Get up. Meet our new friend. We've met a
His
druid.
head falls back into the bedroll. 5 more minutes.
Oh, if you do that, you'll just make yourself more tired. Best thing to do is just to get on your feet and move around a little bit. You'll be fine. Like I said, come meet our druid friend.
Sounds great.
Ryan decidedly decides not to tell him that the man is actually a massive bear person.
If the young one would like to sleep, I do not mind watching your camp for you.
It's more about an object lesson. He's new to this life. Needs to learn. Besides, you graced us with your company. The least we could do is provide some in return, even if in stages.
Are you talking in his tent, or are you like hovering outside Oliver's tent?
He's woke us up. I mean, the tents are not that big, so he's like kind of crouched in front of it, like shaking his foot.
Eventually, the catboy would relent, and with a sigh, he'd get up and shuffle out of the warm bedroll to trudge over out into the wet. And he would sit, sort of slump next to the fireplace, like right next to Orin. Eyes bleary. And it takes about a solid minute for his consciousness to regain, and he looks up slowly as his eyes widen to the giant bear that is sitting next to him. Oh,
Hopefully your rest was well.
it talks. Hi. Looks over to Rylan, looks back.
Oliver, this is On. He is a druid.
A druid. Oh, I've never met a druid before. His brain kind of short circuits.
There's a moment in that pause where he would extend out his hand to shake yours.
I am Orin Glenswarn. I am protecting the grove and the surrounding deep woods of Durant's Spear. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Oliver.
Looks down at the hand, looks back up. Politeness snaps the synapses, reminding him to be polite, fire in his brain, and he quickly takes the bear's gargantuan claws, which massively dwarf his own hands, as he gives it an attempt at a firm handshake. Oliver Duskbrand, I protect, myself during this adventure.
You are a wayfarer, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Then you protect a great many people.
Oh. I mean, I don't want to brag or anything. But we did save a good friend our first journey, so we're doing pretty well for ourselves, I think.
Well done indeed. You'll hear of it when the others wake up, but you'll be saving many more people in your adventure into Durant's Spear.
We will?
If you wish to help, that is.
Oh. Well, how many people are in danger at the moment?
A great deal, my friend. You needn't worry for now. Enjoy the storm with me. We will wait for the rest of your companions to wake up.
Okay, all right. I'll warn you, I'm not a huge fan of thunder.
It's quite all right. It is simply the Wildfather making his presence known.
Oh. It certainly has a way about it. Oliver kind of awkwardly sitting there, like hands patting at his lap as he looks off.
And there Orin sits, watching the storm above. And he'll answer any question you have. He'll engage in any conversation that you bring up. But otherwise, he is content to sit quietly.
There would be a good moment before, as Oliver, sort of this awkward silence, as Oliver is waking up, and also coming to terms that there's a giant effing bear sitting next to him. But eventually he'd overcome this fear as curiosity gets the better of him, and he'd just blurt out, "So, what's it like being a druid?"
Can't just ask people what it's like being a druid. Yes.
My connection to nature and wilds as a whole make me feel complete.
Complete how? Were you incomplete before?
I would believe so, yes. Were it not for the Wildfather and his saints, perhaps I would still be lost.
Wow. Have you always been a bear?
Yes.
Oh.
Much as Rylan would
Cool.
love to keep listening to this, he is going to go get some more sleep.
Yeah, this is gonna be the whole night. It's just
It'd be a
out of
whole
left
thing.
field questions about be it druidism and like what he does.
Very well. Well, with that, Rylan will, assured that Oliver is in good hands, is going to go and take the rest of his sleep.
Easily done.
They can continue I'm sure he'll hear about it in the morning.
Anything else, Oliver?
How big is your... Oh, did he mention he has a grove? I don't know
He
if
did.
Oliver would know. Okay.
He said
How
he
big
protects
is
his
your...
grove and this portion of the deep woods.
Gotcha. He'd ask, how big is your grove? Are you in charge of it? You did say it was yours.
Indeed. It is under my protection, and the creatures who call it home. It is sizable.
Why does the Allfather talk with thunder? Or make his presence known with thunder? He corrects himself.
The gods do not speak anymore. Rather, they have refrained. And for some, they believe that because the gods are not here, that they do not exist. A foolish notion, but one born of ignorance and a lack of understanding. Ultimately, harmless. This is the Wild Father's attempt to let the world know that he is still here, still present in your life. Though you may not see him, he is all around you, in the mud that you walk on, in the trees that shade you, in the wind that blows through your hair. He is here.
Huh. Why does he care? If we forget him, he'll still be here, right?
He cares because he cares about you and your friends, and the boars that you met, and the birds who fly overhead. Though you cannot see him, he cares about you. You are precious to him.
Oh. Hmm. Well, I do care about the birds and the trees and Eliond and crops and roads and all that, so I guess the feeling's mutual.
You do not have to bring the Wild Father into your heart to become a cleric of his, or a priest of his beliefs, or even a druid. Simply living, partaking of the earth, and giving back. That is how you show reverence to the Wild Father. Which you've already been doing.
He leans in and whispers, almost conspiratorially, "Are you saying I'm a cleric?"
Perhaps. Perhaps not yet recognized.
I don't really see myself as a cleric.
I never saw myself as a druid. And yet here we are.
And with that, your 2 hours of rambling comes to an end.
That's right, baby.
Eventually, you all wake up to a brand new day, the 22nd of Hearthlight. And for Isolde, you have a new companion waiting out at your campsite. A massive fucking bear.
Important note of clarification. Is Logan still asleep, or did he tell her any of this at all?
I don't believe anybody told you anything.
You were asleep.
So yeah. Isolde gets ready, puts her hair back, ready for another day of stuffing it all into the hood of her cape. And grumble, mutter, complains as she puts on her muddy boots, despite her best efforts. And she peers outside the tent.
There's like a bear outside. There's like a bear.
Yeah.
And she goes, "What?" And then turns and looks.
Yeah, his name's Orn. Logan's thrown across the bed,
See, Oliver.
sort of staring at this like the flap ceiling of the tent at the canvas. This is a bear. You know. Talk, say
Oliver
you.
is sitting next to the bear.
Yes, and she finds not a bear, but a bear man
Man bear.
sat next to Oliver.
Yeah.
Very nice bear, by the way. Don't say anything crass, all right?
Logan, I think you've grossly underestimated the situation. That is not a bear.
What?
Can I deduce anything about this particular beast folk?
Why don't you roll me either Arcana or History?
We're gonna go with Arcana. That's not
Oh,
terrible.
okay. So, you would know, being a collegium graduate, that
My degree!
bear folk aren't naturally occurring.
Oh.
Bear folk and other like beast folk like people, aside from things like Minir and Felinir and stuff like that. Things like bear folk, stag folk, things like that. They were once Morlings.
Whoa.
Ah.
I mean, we knew. We could tell the subtext.
Read
It was
the
obvious,
wall.
right? Right, guys?
Oh, absolutely.
A little bit.
And Isolde just like is nodding her head at that realization, like, mm-hmm.
He ate Oliver salmon. He very kind, gave him some advice. And he's got a mission for us, and I think you should go ask him about it.
Yeah.
Ask him a lot of questions so I can nap for a bit.
Get up.
And then she'll just head on outside and is just like looking between Oliver and Orn.
Good morning, Oliver, and
Morning.
our guest.
Good morning.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
We have not. I am Orin Glensworn, the protector of the grove and the deep woods around Duran's Spear. A pleasure.
Yes. I can honestly say I've never met someone like yourself. Isolde.
And she kind of gives a short, like, curtsy, obviously not able to be fully dexterous in the mud.
He gives a dip of his head in response.
And she'll go and sit down, probably more so next to Oliver.
Oliver leans in and whispers, I think he thinks I'm gonna be a cleric.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize your talents extended to the divine, Oliver.
Apparently, we can all be clerics, according to Orin. Orin something. I don't think he told me his last name.
He did.
Oliver
You
forgot.
didn't
Nice.
It was dumb.
know. His name is Orn Glensworth.
Yeah. Well, I was told by my brother you had given us a task to complete.
You are wayfarers, yes?
That is correct.
Then I am in need of your assistance.
All right.
An invasive species is attacking a Duran spear. The locals refer to them as storm scuttlers. The
She listens.
The storm above is not natural. It should have ended 5 days ago. And yet it persists. Something within the region is keeping the storm present. And these storm scuttlers have become far too aggressive to remain. They are attacking the creatures who call the coast home, as well as the denizens of Duran's Spear.
You think the creatures might have something to do with the storm?
I believe so, yes. The locals refer to one as a galleon. Your brother tells me that this is a ship, a man-made thing.
Yes, and a large one at that.
I would ask if you are able, as wayfarers, to find the source of this storm, this galleon, and put an end to it, for the safety of the people in the wilds around their home.
And sort of taking in his garb, could I potentially infer druidism?
I mean, it's I mean, yeah. I mean, you could look at somebody wearing like a leaf mantle over their shoulders as more than likely having, if not some druidic ties, some druid history to them.
Like, do I get hippie vibes? Yeah, cool,
and
druid.
By
Stereotype away.
by any means necessary. Would you be... Would the death of this creature be acceptable as a means to this end?
It would be. The storm scuttlers have been killing for sport. If they were to eat that they killed, bringing it back into the cycle of life, then it would only be a part of the world. But these creatures are malicious. They attack without reason, and kill for the joy of it.
There are rare few creatures that are willfully malicious, to my knowledge.
They might be spurred by something else, but I have not found that source. As such, they have been attacking everything, even the fishermen who go out.
Well, I'm sure the mayor of Jornspear would also be thankful for these creature attacks to cease.
There's a nod of agreement.
It may be that our two aims may overlap in that respect. Well, The list of things certainly goes on.
I'm sorry if you came to Durant's Spear seeking pleasure, and I have burdened your shoulders with this responsibility.
Oh, no, not at all. In fact, we were there to see how we could aid Joanne Spear.
It's
A
true.
rather happy accident, in fact.
Yep, quite right. Ryland's been looking for a burden ever since we left Eliond.
Even more auspicious, then. I'm glad to have met you.
Indeed. A question. How common are Fae in these parts?
He raises a brow at you.
Well, further north, we happen to encounter a dryad.
The deep woods are special. They possess a connection to Yggdrasil that remains unseen by normal eyes. You may find in your travels through this land many entities of the Fae, many visitors.
Understood. It was just a very curious greeting. Maybe to see about potentially taking up the language of the Fae, or at the very least, Elvish.
Well, after your task in protecting the people of Durant's Spear, should you wish to learn the language of the trees and possess some free time, I may teach you.
Oh, that would be a wonderful reward.
Orin speaks Common, Druidic, and Sylvan. And should you wish to set aside some free time, you may learn Sylvan from him.
Sick.
Holy shit.
Yeah, neat.
So we're going? Logan has stepped out of the tent and
Hey,
put on his ring mail.
what have our fellow half-orc couple been doing this whole time? They around here? They've been hiding in their tent.
Pretty much. But when they eventually go to wake up, they are not at all surprised to see Orin. You
As
get the
expected,
feeling that Mr. Glensworn is a pretty common occurrence for the people of Durant's Spear.
I've come with you. It's a main story quest. You can't escape me.
He has the blue Final Fantasy
Yeah.
exclamation over his head.
They all come to me eventually.
You had no idea how long I've been waiting here.
It's been 10 years.
All right. You have been given your a quest by this bear folk to find the source of the storm and destroy it, ending the storm, hopefully, by any means necessary, thus protecting the people of Durant's Spear and the wildlife who call this region home.
Sounds good.
After you all are awake, and he has formally introduced himself to all of you, it would be now that Mr. Glensworn says goodbye, as he still has his duties as a druid to continue basically protecting this little swath of the deep woods around Durant's Spear.
Well, I suppose, if nothing else, probably time for us to continue on to transfer.
I would have one pertinent bit of information. Once or before Mr. Glensford leaves.
Okay.
Uh, how would we be able to contact him again? Upon the completion of said quest.
My grove is not far from the road. From here, travel north, maybe 4 miles. You will find it.
Duly noted.
What were the directions?
I'm going to add it to your map,
Holy shit.
as he has given you the location of his grove, meaning it is a location here in this hex that you can visit.
Nice.
We were like almost trespassing on him, and that's like why he's like, who are these nerds? Oh, hey, food.
Kids in my yard.
Half a mile.
We gave him salt and salmon, so now he's our friend. That's literally how it works.
That's the rules, yep.
You guys have gone down like the wrong path. I would have had to kill you for trespassing. It's crazy you guys came here instead.
Almost like I was prepared to maul you to death until I smelled that fucking food, son.
You a cook, son?
For your own safety, you better be.
Hope that was you who made that. Your life does depend on it.
Is that Guinevere's kitchen I smell? What's happening here?
You find out
Been years.
God, it's been years.
Okay. Orin Glensworn giving you all a farewell and the blessing of the Wild Father. You all are free to continue your adventure into Durant Spear proper. Who's leading?
What? Do it. Well, unless there is an objection, I guess we'll just keep doing what we were doing.
Ryla, do that thing where you ward the road.
Okay. There.
Nice.
Fantastic. Give me just
You did
a
it.
moment.
Did it, guys. I'm a real
We are immediately
boy.
attacked.
Yeah, we walk into town. It's initiative. Like, ah,
Zug zug.
It's those gingers, get them!
fucking get him.
Da-da.
Loktar Modar.
I hope you meant to say it like that.
I did.
A bunch of
Just because I am not a WoW nerd. Don't remember what the actual phrase was.
bunch of orcs just like brawling out in front of the gates. They're like, I smell nerd, and they just start
Hey,
jumping us.
Welcome to the fishing village. Or the horde.
As you enter the sort of northern outskirts of Durant Spear, you would notice that the sun is attempting to battle the clouds, some semblance of gray battling the otherwise dark presence that hangs in the sky. You are greeted, of course, by the glow of streetlights. It is still midday, but because of the presence of the storm, these lamps are still going, thus illuminating the white stone that leads you deeper into Durant Spear. You would see that despite the presence here of this torrential downpour, where many people in Elion would be in home or basically hiding away from the storm, the people here in Durant Spear seem to be thriving. They are going about all of their chores and activities, things that you would expect people perhaps to not to do. You would see many of them beginning to gather up their equipment, some even beginning to hoist small canoes and vessels over their heads with others in tow to begin making their way to the shoreline, as if people are getting ready to go leave and go fishing. It is a myriad of different types of orcs and orc culture, with numerous tribes and clans having come together to settle in this spot. You would also see, of course, a mix of others who are here, such as numerous Tarosi humans, some half-elves, and the like, who have all decided to settle down in this fishing village. Welcome to Durant's Spear.
Nice.
There's the
I
ocean.
attack the guard.
Immediately in jail.
Classic.
I do not pay bail.
Northerners in the middle of a fucking blizzard be like,
Prepare to answer for your crimes.
I want to roll dice. I attack the guard.
Feel
Pay
free
with
to
your
begin
blood.
moving around the map.
Halt, criminal scum.
fucking arrow to the face. Ooh, sorry. Where are you going?
I don't know.
What? Who's
It's not me.
Who's driving this thing?
who's
Who's driving
fucking
this thing? What's happening?
That's not I.
It's definitely Adam.
fucking
Son of a bitch.
My man
dork?
fucking drunk driving behind the
Jesus.
token.
Immediately swerves into a tree. My God.
It's absolutely me.
You would see a number of people, again, going about their day, sort of greeting you as you pass by, some giving you very curious glances as you walk past, though making no real move to sort of like intervene or stop you or ask you what your business is. Instead, sort of, again, greeting you and then going about their lives. Everybody, a large majority beginning to make their way towards the shore.
All right.
I guess it wouldn't. Yeah, a bunch of strangers wandering into town's probably not that big a deal. So
Is everyone leaving or something?
probably going to work.
DM, is there anyone who seemed like a guard or militia or someone who seems approachable? Or just anyone? That
I
we
mean,
can
we
catch
still
on the
have
You
way?
can
our-
approach anybody, dog. In fact, why don't you roll me a perception check?
Oh, you
We'll
don't
put
want me
you-
to
All
do
of us?
that.
Back here.
You don't want me to do that, but
Anybody can roll
Okay.
me a perception check if you have
you don't want me to do that.
proficiency.
I do, but you still don't want me to do it.
Sure, I will use my eyes.
Fucking, we all fail. Where are all the people?
No, it would be you would be met, Logan and Isolde, by perhaps the only individual here who has shown any sort of interest in you, who is currently sort of walking up the road while the others are sort of making their way south. This individual sort of hoisted onto their shoulder is a very wide, sort of heavy-headed spear. You would see that they themselves appear to be wearing a mix of like light brigandine with a very wide and heavy weather-treated coat and cloak, of which their hood is pulled up. And as they approach you, they sort of pause, seeing your like the expressions that everybody's wearing as you're watching people pass by. You must be new.
Tourists.
We are, yes. Hello, we are from Alien Steer.
Well met.
Well met.
We're looking for the mayor, or the mayor's office, or the mayor's house.
For what
Mayor's
reason?
boat. We have some news from the road.
He sort of takes you in for a moment. Looking at him as the hood sort of pulls back a little bit more, you can see a very strong features on this orcish gentleman. Long black hair that sort of spills over from the sides of his head down. Very long. You would also note the sort of protruding, very thick tusks that push and purse around his lips. And as he looks at all of you, there's a glimmer of like recognition in his eyes as he looks at all of you, and then would give you a nod. Follow me.
Right. We follow him. Everyone, come on.
Oliver
Yep.
nudges Logan as they walk. You didn't tell him we're wayfarers.
Calm down, Oliver.
I suspect he probably knew at first glance.
This orcish individual would lead you to this house here, up on the hill.
Oh,
Sort of
okay.
passing through the larger cluster of buildings, of which he would point out buildings of import to you, such as the tavern, as well as some of the like general stores, and where the small cluster of guild craftsmen are. And as you arrive at this almost in comparison, rather mundane building to the others that are here, a simple single-story building. You would watch as he opens the door, pushing the door open, and would gesture you all inside.
Well, Logan steps aside and motions people in, going in less.
Oliver doesn't hesitate to stride indoors, out of the rain.
You would note the inside of the home. It has a very particular architecture, especially the entrance. There appears to be like an elevated platform that, or like at least the areas around you are elevated, thus creating this almost like half a foot of difference. And you would note that there are small collections of shoes that are gathered on like the side leading in. And you would watch as once he steps in, he would take his shoes off and then step into the building. Or step like up onto that elevated portion.
When in Rome. So, yeah, Rylan will start undoing his boots as well. Since it's been raining and it's muddy.
Does
Oliver.
it look like Oliver won't?
So I was rolling. In a rare moment of insight, we'll follow the others and take off his shoes. It does take him a minute because basically he steps inside and then looks back and notices everyone taking off their shoes and he's like, "Oh shit!"
Oh yeah, yeah. Totally meant to all along. Just making sure you guys were.
The inside as well houses a very sort of comfortable sort of presence here. There doesn't appear to be any like couches or anything like that. What you would see would be a large sort of like knee-high table that's resting here. And as well as what appear to be like various sort of cushions or pillows that are centered around it. You would watch as he would take off his cloak, fully revealing his orcish heritage, and as well the numerous tattoos that go from his neck all the way down his arms into portions of his into portions underneath his armor that you cannot see. They resemble the orc that you had met outside, where they have very different sort of pictures and depictions here, but still brightly colored in various portions. And his entire left arm, from knuckles all the way up to shoulder, is this just collage of brightly colored, like sort of crashing waves. And what appears to be the most prominent is that of a dragon serpent that is coiled across the entirety of his bicep down to the back of his hand.
Well, that's neat.
He looks at all of you. The only one who he doesn't have a look of recognition on is Oliver. He points to the two twins. You're Gerald's kids.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, are you Barash?
There's a moment. He doesn't answer. He looks to Rylan. And you're Aaron's boy.
Good to meet you again. It has been a while.
There's a nod. Yes. I am Barash. Welcome to Duran's Spear. I assume you're here because of Gerald?
Not specifically at his request, no.
I mean,
However,
additionally, too, yes.
however, we recently deputized as wayfarers.
And with my father meeting with the Dracus, I'm doing my best to take his duties in the meantime.
Good. You can see that his expression is an attempt to keep that sort of stoicism as well. Here, let me show you Mr. Barash.
Oh shit. Stoic indeed. Jesus Christ. This is like the
Good gravy.
the resting bitch face from hell.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
We play
Dad?
a game here. What?
Just like rolls intimidation checks without even realizing it.
That sort of like that attempt to show that nothing is awry is almost like a natural instinct. It has to be expected of a leader. But as he sort of looks at you for a moment, you can sort of see the shoulders tense and then relax. This sort of heaving breath, this loud exhale from his nostrils as he gives a shake of his head. Do you know what happened to Mr. Carwell?
Yes. He was captured by Rendavi in a strange facility near here. We went in and were able to rescue him. He is back in Elion's now. I believe he's staying there permanently.
He's alive.
Yes.
Yes.
What of the others?
Of his group that was traveling with him, only one survived. She is also at Elion's. She's a former native.
You see his jaw tense.
Show him the things, really.
Yeah, I was getting to that. We were able to. We weren't able to recover remains, but we did recover some, I think, belongings. It's not much, but he'll start producing the gemstones that they found. Sure, I have. Do I have all of them, or somebody else
Yeah,
has
you
them?
do.
Yes, you have all of them.
Yeah, so because then it's only two. Then is there more than that? Is there more than two?
I do not have any gemstones.
Because
It was two and a bottle, canteen or something, I believe. The end.
Oh, didn't you have that?
No, Grayson has it.
Well, it was her friends that died. So
Yeah.
that's fine. Yeah, so he'll pull out the sardonyx and the zircon in his hand.
You can see almost like a look of like relief wash over him. It's not like a all-encompassing emotion. It's just like a reaction to seeing the gemstones. And he would give another small breath as he would hold out his palm for them.
No, he'll easily offer them over. We didn't want to assume that we should just sell these for ourselves when they belong to former wayfarers. So we'd like to return them to their families, if you know who they belong to.
And with them, our condolences.
Yes.
I do. And you'll more than likely meet them as well.
For what it's worth, those who had perished with Edward's cart, we did give them a proper burial along the road. The markers are, shit, I don't have the map. It's about 2 days, right? I can't see the maps. It's about 2 days.
The facility?
No, where we buried. Well, I guess it would be the same hags.
Yeah.
It would be.
But yeah. It's about 2 days north along the road. You won't be able to miss it.
We marked each grave with Evor's symbol. You'll know.
Last rites and proper send off.
You have my thanks. These gemstones will give the families closure as well. It means a great deal. You have my thanks. You'll note, looking at him, that he himself, around his neck, has a gemstone that's hanging.
Oh, nice. So we're participating on the local custom.
I don't
He
necessarily know if that's the case.
he sort of clasps them in his hand for a moment and then holds them back out. I would rather you give these to the families when you come across them.
How will we know who they are? It's Logan who steps forward and very preciously accepts them in his palm.
If you don't see the gemstones first, some wear them on their weapons, some wear them as I do. But in case you don't see it because of the rain, this one belongs to Denos Umar. He'll want to know what happened to his brother. And this one belongs to Emma Ellsbury. She'll want to know what happened to her son.
Right. Well, it is part of the duty to deliver the news. So, we will take this up on their behalf. Sorry we couldn't bring better news, though we did clear the facility. Those
His brows knit together. A little confusion.
Where the
That's-
Vendavi were holed up, we were able to clear it out of them.
right.
Logan will speak in Tarosi. Is this giant metal windmill they hid in?
It's like a cavern made of metal and technology that we didn't really understand.
Use water. It's like a water place for goblins.
That's one less worry then. The Black Tongue have been giving us trouble for months now. Hopefully the numbers have lessened.
It did have a Renkier, which we defeated as well. So I don't know if we've gotten everything. There was rumors of a chieftain that we didn't encounter, I don't think.
Large fellow.
But we'll continue looking until justice is satisfied.
If you're going to be in Duran's spear long, your father is a friend of mine, and it would not be right for me to have his children wasting away in the rain. If the two that you return the gems to do not offer you a home to rest at while you're here, you may make use of my home.
If there's room, we don't want to impose.
He looks around. I'm the only one here.
Well, perhaps it's better that we prevail upon your generosity and allow the families to grieve in their own way without us around to remind them.
We accept. Thank you.
There's a nod.
That's kind of what I was trying to say, but sure. That's simply put.
Along the road, when we made camp near the town, we met your druid, Orn. He told us you were having issues along the coast.
There's like a sort of like him sucking at the back of his teeth, that very sharp sound that he makes. He's telling everyone our business.
Well, not everyone. He made sure we were wayfarers, and that our word was true, and that my salmon was good. He took some steps.
Yes.
He didn't come off like a beggar, if that's what you're worried about.
I'd rather sew it all as a kind of test.
We have been having issues with the local storm scuttlers. They swam in maybe a month ago. But as of late, they've been causing more and more problems. Our wisdom has been up to her neck, tending to the wounded. Many go out to fish and come back missing limbs.
Thanks.
Oliver pales.
Are there any injured right now?
There
Does
are.
she need help?
I imagine she will. She has been all by herself. You'll find Miss Schultz down by the shore.
Well, that's one stop for us once we leave here.
I'm sure your wisdom will know more, but what do you know about these creatures?
You see him sort of. It's a brief look, almost whimsical. It's a blood feud. What do you know of orcs?
I'm afraid my current knowledge would pale in comparison.
We're ready to be educated.
Most of our people here hail from a land known as Yatagara, our homeland. These storm scuttlers are ancestral enemies. Our people have been fighting them for as long as Yatagara has stood. It only makes sense that they are drawn to us. Some portion of them drawn to this feud. You won't find them in Aram's Ferry, but you will most certainly find them here.
So they are intelligent enough to maintain this feud?
Just as we teach our children, I imagine they do the same.
Isolde just kind of looks quizzical at the thought.
Seems that they only seem to gather and become a problem where there's a large number of your people together. We do have half-orcs and Elions, and never heard of such a thing. But I guess we're not on the ocean either.
There's a nod.
And they've been converging on the beaches as of late.
More than usual. At most, we'll hear of their passing when a fisherman comes back with one in tow. But as of late, they've been gathering in more numbers than usual. Were it not for the capabilities of my people, I would almost say it's alarming.
What do they look like? I don't think I've ever seen one.
Imagine... Have you ever had shrimp before?
Well, yes, when we've stayed in town.
Imagine one the size of a building.
Really?
Some. Others are smaller. There's a grin that he wears.
I take it the building-sized ones are more uncommon?
Those are the females. The largest is the size of a...
Oliver pipes up. A galleon?
Not in true size, but yes, that is what we call them.
On did mention that there is a galleon present that is organizing this, well, these attacks. So
A mother.
how do you even kill such a thing of such a size?
There are various tales. Some that coat their weapons with poison, others that attack it or draw it out, fight it. However you deal with all of your problems as a wayfarer.
We're sort of new. We haven't yet sort of tackled that. Thus far, swinging our weapons has worked.
I see. Then perhaps you needn't worry about the galleon yet. Test your metal against some storm scuttlers if you find any along the beach.
Is there some kind of bounty for them?
There is. If you bring back their claws, the tavern owner will pay you good coin.
Well, the fishermen are just about to set out to fish. Why don't we go down there and deal with a few? Get a lay of the land and help them. Well, the morning's still fresh.
If you're looking for aid, I have recently allowed my sheriff to deputize a few others. They're not true and tested wayfarers yet, though some have experience. Make sure you stop by the last building before heading to the docks. There you'll find our sheriff and as well as some of our deputies. I imagine there's one who can help you.
Okay.
I'm also looking for someone, Oliver says amongst all the very large people. I'm
Who?
trying to grab their attention. I was sent to aid a man by the name of Case.
You'll more than likely find him in the tavern.
Oh. Okay then.
He sort of gives you a once-over. Not finding what he's looking for. Gives a small shrug.
I know it may not seem like it, but he is Tuskran's son, rather, grandson, I should say.
His brows knit together.
Right? No hat whatsoever. None the taciturn manner either, but there you have it.
I'm really more of his student. He kind of he pipes up. Amelia's my mother.
You're
He
calling him by your
furrows
first
his
name
brow
now?
again.
By adoption.
Another nod.
Really?
Confusing the hell out of this man.
Wait, you're adopted, Oliver?
Oliver stares at him blankly. You're joking.
He is.
You have to be joking. There's no way you couldn't know. Right? Stop looking at me like that.
I can't remember.
As well, before you head out, sort of interjecting on this. If you're in need of any arms or armament while you're here, my sister will be able to help you. She's the guild blacksmith.
Oh, right. Chainmail.
In addition, would any of your shopkeepers or guild members be able to help us locate a few supplies while we're here? In addition to chainmail, we're in need of some reagents.
Such as?
Well,
And she'll get out the scroll and take a look at that.
dragon tallow as well as toad flax.
Toad flax you'll want to get from the wisdom. Dragon tallow, try the wisdom first. More than likely she'll make it from the dragonfish that we catch.
Understood?
Reynold is working on some things to help us deal with the manticore terrorizing the roads between here and Elion.
There's a manticore.
Indeed. We brought back 2 of your townspeople with us. I believe they went home. But they were going to Elion's to seek a guild tradesman, but we brought them back with us So,
They
and when
did not
we,
seem confident enough to make the journey alone with the Manticore on the roads.
and the Manticore does seem to like ambushing those who are easy to attack.
It's been leaving traps.
Denos at most travels about a day's worth outside of Durant Spear. That's as far as our protection goes on the road. Without the road warden, I understand their caution.
We did offer to bring them back to Elions with us when we return, but I
That may
didn't
be a
feel.
few days off,
Yeah.
given the list of things we need to do here.
Well, they seemed fine with the wait, and we can safeguard them on the way back to Elions when we go.
There's also another small matter. Very small in comparison. Might save us some sleep, even. My friend here, Oliver. He promised his younger brother Finn to bring him a gift.
What?
What? I
Oh.
saw you
Yes,
lock
yes,
your
of
pinky
course.
finger with him.
Yes.
This is very important. We want to get him something regional and feeding for him. Something to think of the place and aid his imagination. He wants to travel sometime when he grows older.
I would assume your general store has souvenirs from the town.
What would be fitting?
Sure, there's plenty that you can get from the general store. Though perhaps, if you continue to help around, somebody will give you something that you can bring back.
Well, that's an idea. Bring him back a trophy.
Maybe we can even find him a pearl in the shore. I think he'd love that.
We can get him a scuttler claw.
Ah,
No.
What?
what are you gonna do with that?
He'd love it. I don't know. I mean,
No, we're
Finn likes
giving
weird
those to
things.
the innkeeper. I suppose tavern
Fine.
keeper.
No fun.
Why would you want to fill his head with ideas?
It's already filled with ideas.
You're going to give him more ideas to act upon.
I'm sure one day Finn
Oh,
will
you're
also wish to be a wayfarer, but until then, let's just see what we find, what we happen across. We have some news to deliver to some families, some stores to visit, and a beach to patrol.
Okay, let's go to the wisdom first, in case anyone needs help, and then we'll see to the guards, and as opposed to the shore next. Everyone good with that?
Don't forget Oliver's task.
Well, it's in the tavern, so I'm sure it's on the way.
That's really our task. It's not just me.
Well, still, you're the one who brought it to our attention.
I don't really want to talk to some hoity-toity wizard either.
Well, maybe I do.
Of course you do. You're our hoity-toity wizard.
You'll find the
I-
wisdom at the edge of the gathering in the center of town. She's in a large square building.
All right.
I gently punch Logan in the shoulder.
The tavern is closer, though.
Ow.
Good luck and let me know if you need anything.
Even.
All right, well, I don't need anything. Are we going?
Yes, we can go. Thank you, Mayor.
He gives a
Yeah.
nod. Waves at your back.
We'll return. Is there anything that you need in town?
You're not here for me. See if anybody else needs help.
All right, well, let's be about our business.
Where to first, party? You have a plethora of choices.
Sure.
I guess we're going to the tavern, if it's the closest.
This is the tavern.
What's
I
our
was gonna-
current money supply, by the way? I forgot to ask earlier.
It should be enough.
Well, you say that. Well, we have a ring mail set to sell, another one
Hey.
potentially to sell. But what's our coin situation looking like?
We should have 412 silver and 60 copper.
Okay, cool.
And if that's going to be like what, 300 for another set
110.
or
Well,
110?
base. That was Elion's price. Who knows what it'll be
Yeah,
here.
it's probably going to be more.
But with our trade ends, it should help a little.
Hey, Rylan, something. Are you sure you want to put on chainmail against the creatures that are really attuned to lightning?
Sounds better than having no AC.
They're also tuned to chopping you in half, you know?
Yeah,
Trust me, I would know. I recall it.
armored
Okay.
either does or does
You
not
don't
help.
recall a goddamn thing.
I do recall a
No, you
goddamn thing, I'm
don't.
afraid. Whoa, but I
Wipe
do.
that from your mind now.
Oof.
I don't think that I can, I'm afraid.
Unfortunate.
All right, party. Where are we going?
Tavern. I think this is the tavern, right? It's the closest thing.
Let's get going.
All right, here I go. Give me the. Ambushed.
By fouling, everybody roll deck saves. All right.
Everybody?
Arriving at the tavern, you are, of course, greeted by the warmth of the hearth that rages inside. It is a very different aesthetic to the singing tier. This is, you could almost mistake this to be a sailor's joint with the amount of just fishing paraphernalia that adorns the walls, as well as the numerous sort of masses of teeth that are used to decorate this place. A large majority of them belonging to what appear to be like large teethed fish like sharks.
Guys, we've wandered into a Joe's Crab Shack.
Amongst the people who are currently enjoying some downtime, perhaps enjoying their lunch, you would see the individual behind the counter, a half-orcish woman who is currently talking to a number of patrons who are sat at the bar. Give me 1 second.
One.
I'll fucking kill you.
Two.
Okay. Wow, the building falls on Oliver.
Oh, fuck.
Just Oliver? Wow, that's strange.
It's so strange.
Strange.
Everybody else, the building falls around them, except Oliver. It falls on top of them.
It's fucked up.
Well,
3.
I've lost her picture, so
4.
yeah.
Cruising.
Remember
for
that. Remember that.
He's gonna time your turns in combat now.
We were always doomed.
Yeah, I can't find her picture. I'll have to find it later for next session. You would see a very scarred half orc, sort of deep grooves along her face that has sort of trailed up across her jaw, over her cheek, and where her eye should be, as it cuts deep into the scalp. You can see that she is wearing an eye patch over the eye. As well, a majority of her hair is braided back, sort of keeping it out of her face. Though, by comparison, a lot of the people here do not sort of abide by the Elion standards. You would see a lot of men have very sort of thick, scraggly, or very bushy beards, as well as a lot of the women have let their hair down, sort of wild and untamed. And she would
my
look
God.
at all of you and offer a warm smile and sort of gesture either for one of the large tables that are open or for the counter. The choice is yours.
Oliver looks to the others. And then would wander up to saddle up on the bar.
We saddling.
Yeah, we're doing a little
Howdy,
saddling
partner.
here.
Can I get a tall glass of water?
Hello.
Hello. First thing that you guys would note, again, sort of looking around at the at least the people that are present, you would note that almost all of them have a gemstone on them in some way, shape, or form, as they are not being like obscured by cloaks. Some wear them around their necks, some wear them around as bracelets. You can see the people that do have weapons or spears have gemstones hanging from them. And as you look to the this individual behind the counter, you would notice that hanging from her neck is a sort of bright blue zircon.
Oh fuck, does that match our...
Yeah, one of
Just
them.
imagine Logan pulling out the gem and like putting it next to hers and be like,
Oh fuck, does that match our gem, DM?
It's very close.
It's very close. Okay.
We did get names, so there's that.
Yeah, we did. We did get names. Yeah, Logan tacked on a very friendly and affable smile of warmth. Very matching of his own father's warmth. When he smiles, he resembles him the most. And he noticed the gem. Obviously, he was looking for it, in a sense. And immediately, wearing the emotion on his sleeve, so to speak, he becomes readily somber and apologetic almost. We're wayfarers, my friends and I, from Alien's Tier. We just now arrived in town.
There's uh, a moment where like her eyes sort of betray the expression, this like glimmer behind them. Oh, well, that's nice. What are you doing here?
Oh, well, we, a friend of mine, Oliver, that one there with the ears, he's looking for some wizard person, and we also brought news from the road.
You can see one of her brows twitches for a moment. Okay.
It so happened that on our way here, sometime before we arrived, a group of wayfarers were waylaid and attacked. Some were taken.
You hear her swallow hard. And several of the conversations that were happening around sort of grow quiet as a lot of eyes turn to look.
Logan hadn't put away the stones, not too deep in. He left them at some reachable pocket, some shallow container of his, a pouch, anything. And he very cautiously reaches into it, grabbing all of them to hand, and the hand itself has a strange tremor as he pulls it out, as though the weight of them in his grip were burning him. And he very gently set that fist stiff to the counter and let his palm unfurl and then slide aside, showing each stone.
You can see almost immediately her chin tremble as she looks at the stone. You'd watch as she reaches out, sort of a hesitant motion, a finger sort of brushing over the top of the gemstone. And then she would very gently pluck it up, hold it before herself, sort of inspecting it, looking at its facets. She sort of thumbs over these very pronounced divots in the gemstone, more than likely where a locket what sort of kept it in place. And you can see her frown deepen. But there's also this, much like Barash, there's almost this sense of relief seeing the gemstones and being able to hold it. I take it you haven't found Emma yet.
No. No.
This belonged to my nephew.
He must have been a great warrior. Never gave it away and left a long track of death since the moment he was attacked. Till the last.
You see her jaw tense. And then you would hear one of the patrons sort of slam their tankard down and then raise it up. And you would hear them shout, for Ivar, of which many of the people having listened to this so far sort of immediately reciprocate and like almost like chant this man's name, which that misty-eyed expression that this woman is wearing sort of begins to settle and replaced almost with this overwhelming sense of pride that washes over her. Thank you for bringing this back.
It was my honor. All of us.
Can I know your names? I'd like to tell Emma.
Logan motions to his companions, expecting to be the last.
Oliver.
Isolde Alvain.
Well, and Aldane, squire to the road warden.
Logan. Logan Alvain. That's my sister.
Thank you all. She brings a hand up, sort of using the back of it to wipe underneath one of her eyes. It's that gentleman over there. She sort of points at one of the tables closest to the hearth, and a human man has been basically watching you and the party for as long as you've been in here. Sort of a book held in front of himself as he raises a brow, sort of holding this very interested expression in all of you.
Is he well groomed?
Incredibly.
That's our man, boys.
As you look at this gentleman, you would see that he has, sort of in comparison to many of the others, he has sort of sun-kissed skin with a brown hair that is swept with long waves, sort of parted down the middle and waved over the sides, sort of reaching back and sort of swept over one shoulder. His facial hair is very well trimmed, almost neatly so along his jaw, all the way over his chin, you'd see a small patch underneath his bottom lip and the curl of the mustache underneath his nose. He's looking at you with these very bright, almost like steel blue eyes, and you would note the strange markings that hang from the top of his hairline down in between his brows. This is the gentleman who is looking at you.
Arthur Morgan.
Wait, I've seen this guy.
With a mustache and a septum piercing.
He makes no advances towards you, makes no motion towards you, just watching you very curiously.
Well, unless any more conversations going on with the bartender, Oliver would probably get up to go talk to Tace. Striding over to say hello.
I would like to follow you.
Wizard time.
I think Logan would ask her if it's okay for him to stay and just give her company and sit down and remain at the counter.
Absolutely. The moment that you all sit down is the moment that you are treated to drinks, as one of the patrons has bought basically your next drink.
Logan would take the mug, hold it aloft in their direction in thanking, and then just set it before him. He wouldn't drink outright. Just look at it. As a way to pay respects, obviously.
Absolutely.
Were these the gems that you found in the digested things, or were these one of the ones on the bodies outside?
I know Rylan is not asking him that in character, right?
Obviously.
Those are the
I
ones
was
we
all
found
hot.
in the piles, in the heaps of human refuse, yes.
Not going to mention any about burials then.
No. There was nothing to bury, my friend.
No, burying, no sifting through goo.
Yeah. Those secrets we take to our graves.
Yeah.
Oliver and Isolde, you approach the well-groomed man who, as you approach, would very gently sort of close the book, having set a bookmark, setting it onto the counter, or onto the table. Sort of shift in his chair and make a gesture to the other chairs at the table with him.
He gestures to the chair for them to sit.
Mm-hmm.
Oliver will sit quickly, and the bright smile on his face will be like, "Hi there, Tace, right?"
His raised brow relaxes, and a small smile begins to sit on the edge of his lips as he gives a nod.
Wonderful. I'm from Elion. Duskbrand sent me. Said you needed assistance?
Indeed I do. I was not expecting Dustbrand to actually send some people. His attention immediately turns away from Oliver to Isolde.
And Isolde, for her part, had curtsied before taking a seat.
You're from Illendor.
Yes, I am a graduate of Illendor.
Interesting. His attention turns back to Oliver. What did Dustbrand tell you?
If there's one sensation I think Oliver has experienced and sort of knows from a young age, or as young as he can remember, it's the look of someone who's studying him. And there's that moment of silence as he is studied. alongside Isolde before he quietly remarks, "Not much, just that you needed help in a matter of import to uh, the Order, and that you're very well kept."
There's a soft chuckle. I see. Well, he is correct. My research here is of importance to the Order. He sort of gives you another look. This, like, almost expectant look.
Oliver is kind of just sitting there with like his fingers interlaced. Uh, the constant pauses are kind of making him occasionally glance off, like,
You don't remember me, do you?
damn, do I remember this guy?
Roll me a history check.
Damn.
As you look at him again, sort of bringing your attention back, it's the marks on his forehead that sort of begin to tug at your memories. And your visions are brought back to Nelinor, where a man lacking facial hair and much shorter hair was there when you first arrived during your first couple years in Nelinor. Him, alongside the leader of Nelinor, were responsible for your early tutelage.
Like seeing a ghost, Oliver's face pales as he realizes who it is, sort of squinting as he's asked the question, and then seeing the symbols. He would almost like slam the table with his hand and point. You were there. You. Oh, hi. Um, long time no see.
Indeed. Though
You two
Dustbrand has
again.
kept me appraised of your progress.
Oh, well, did he tell you I was a wayfarer?
No, no, he kept that a secret.
Oh, shit. I don't know. He didn't go by any other name besides Tace back in.
Correct. That is
Oh
the
God.
only name this man has been known by.
Uh, he sort of realizing Isolde's sitting there. He sort of pulls at the collar. This is, well, Tace, Master Tace from Nelinor. He was there when I first arrived. He was sort of a tutor during the old days. He didn't have the mustache before. You've what are you doing out here?
He looks to Isolde. What were you saying?
Oh, no, I was just saying, I don't think I had ever met anyone that Holly knew before he arrived in town.
Oliver has a long history with the Order. I met him when he was a child.
Oliver kind of squirms as he's the center of this interview.
Understood. Oh. Oliver, I won't belay your questions any further.
He turns his attention back. I'm looking for a set of ruins. This place wasn't always a fishing village. Before, It was a stronghold. He sort of shifts forward on the table a little bit, lowering the tone of his voice. What do you know of the Delian Order?
DM, do I roll for that?
Yes.
Oh,
Did I hear
goodness.
that?
Yep. I'm going to let
Okay.
you know, Isolde. Actually, Isolde, in your time as a student, how interested how interested was Isolde in, like, factions?
Well, I do imagine that there were probably a fair number of factions in relation to like dragons and their courts.
Mm-hmm.
So she probably would have been familiar with them.
Okay. This is more like esoteric versus like openly practiced.
Okay.
You may roll me a history check, Oliver, given your connection to the order.
I think
No, I was there when the foundation.
you were there.
No, you're not. But the Delian Order is it's basically forgotten. It was once a sister group to the Order of the Eye. It has long since been like destroyed. And the only reason you know that is because of who your teacher is.
Which teacher? This guy or Duskbrand?
Duskbrand.
Understood.
The Delian Order was responsible for keeping very powerful entities in check. They were basically a group of like magister paladins who used the names of powerful entities like fays and devils to keep them from entering our realm.
Uh, there's a moment of quiet as the name is recounted, and he sort of racks his brain, and then he kind of snaps his fingers. Oh, yes. Duskbrand did mention them during our teachings early on. They're like a sort of sister order to the Eye. Keeps out things that don't belong, and specialize in containment.
Right, you are. He sort of shifts in his chair, and you'll note the rather ornate garb that he is wearing. The sort of fur mantle worn over the shoulders, the bright finery of like blues and golds, accented with sort of touches of silver throughout his clothing. And you would watch as he shifts, and he would touch along a sort of almost like medallion or a sort of portion of his armor on his breast, and he would sort of, as if pulling his hand back, like revealing something that previously wasn't there. You would see a small, almost shield-like emblem with a eye in the center, sort of flanked by like swords with another sword directly behind it. To my knowledge, I am the last remaining member of this order, and I am looking for the stronghold that was here.
Oh. Oliver's eyes are very wide at this sort of conspiracy, this revelation. And there's almost a hint of nervousness about himself being an unknown. But he doesn't bring that up. It's just obvious to those particularly insightful as he squirms in his chair. He'd clear his throat. This ruin you're looking for is part of your order? What
Indeed.
was?
It houses a very important trinket, artifact, to put it more bluntly.
Sold, well, confident to let Oliver field this one for the most part. Kind of perks up quietly. An artifact. What sort?
He pauses, sort of looking at you for a moment, sort of taking you in. When was the last time you spoke to Ilendor?
And it's been over a year since I've graduated. I would say then.
What tasks have you done for them?
She blinks, sort of confused, like there shouldn't be. You graduate and you're done. She's a little perplexed at even the question.
He raises a brow. What jobs have you done for Ilendor?
They have not called upon me since my graduation.
Not once.
She kind of crosses her arms, seemingly annoyed at that fact. No.
No, they've not.
A small smile spreads over his lips. Interesting. I am looking for the Seer's Pool.
Is this,
And no, you don't get to roll.
yeah. She's like, just brow raised, like, yeah, okay.
He, although you don't get to roll, there is a look on his face as if he's studying you, sort of seeing if you recognize anything. And then once you don't, he gives a nod. Give me just a moment. Oh, just when I think all of my notes are organized. Apologies.
No notes are ever organized.
If I could tell me about it.
There's a monster that lives in your notes that shuffles them around.
Bastard. Damn.
I imagine Tay's going through his book. I swear to God, I knew what it was.
Ah, sorry. Here it is. Sort of shifting forward, the Seer's Pool is a very powerful artifact. It is in connection to the goddess of magic, Ithun. It is used by one of her chosen.
To do what?
It allowed the Delian Order to learn the names of the entities who would threaten our world.
So then, once you would have the name of said creature, there would be power over it.
It allows us to abjure it from our world, keeping us safe and keeping the others safe as well. However, with the loss of the Order, this power has all but slipped from our hands. I am looking to reinstate it.
You said that the Dalian Order was destroyed a long time ago, right?
Correct.
Oliver kind of taps the bottom of his chin in thought. He looks up. Your order was destroyed a very long time ago. Apologies if it's offensive, but how have you preserved any remains of it?
I was not the only one. Up until a couple years ago, there were 4 others. You see him sort of grimace.
Oh. I see. Apologies.
Much of the Order thinks that it is a lost cause. As such, I've spent much of my youth in search of artifacts and knowledge pertaining to it. Hence why I need your help. I need to find the stronghold that once resided here, the Tower of the Eye, and find within it the Seer's Pool. Once I'm able to do so, I can reinstate the Order.
And you said your research had led you to this village.
Correct.
Where would you suspect the remnants of this tower to be?
I do not know yet. I've spent much of my week here so far at helping the locals fight the storm scuttlers. Though, not to much avail, given my choice of magic. You see him sort of push out his chin for a moment before relaxing.
Divination L.
My proficiency is in that of evocation.
What?
Lightning. Not too
Understood.
well against creatures that can summon lightning themselves.
Noted.
So, you're still looking for the ruins?
Indeed.
Okay. How
What?
do we help? Oh, sorry.
Exactly, Oliver. What would be our role?
I imagine you're going to be in Durant's Spear for a while. Helping the locals, dealing with things as wayfarers do.
Mm-hmm.
I would ask if you're able to begin looking around the outskirts, finding anything of interest.
I suppose that could be done. However, do understand that the immediate concerns of the locals may at times take precedence over our search.
I'd expect nothing less. I still intend on helping the locals while I'm here. If you could, given your good graces that you've already been earning while you're here, ask if there's any points of interest, curious things. I imagine they're more inclined to tell you than they are to tell me.
Why?
You've already helped the town far more than I have.
Oh,
Bringing back gems? I don't think you understand how much that means to these people.
I mean, I imagine it's quite something to have a token of remembrance by for those lost.
To some, it means just as much as bringing their body back. Those gems are given to the people. Their wisdom here, when they come of age, performs a ceremony. Your gem is tied to you, so to speak. It's your connection to the land and the sea. For some, it goes deeper than just being a simple gemstone. It's their whole way of life. Many people live by the gem that they are given.
Curious fact. We'll have to be wary about any gemstones we find, if we find some.
As he pushes himself up to stand, sort of grabbing the book and pulling it off of the table, sort of attaching it at his waist, you would note that this individual is not dressed like a normal wizard. No long robes or anything like that. In fact, as he shifts and moves, you would see that two pieces of draped cloth have been covering a breastplate that he wears. And as he would reach back, you would watch as he would pull a sheathed sword from the ground and begin once more binding the belt over his waist.
Is this similar to when he dressed in Nelinor?
No, in Nelinor, he had more like flowing robes. Dressed very similar to how a lot of the elves there dressed.
Oliver smiles up at him. I see, you also have exchanged robes for steel.
It came with the oath.
Oh. Is Duskbrand aware of your allegiances to the Dalian Order? As well as to the Eye, I assume.
I imagine he's the only one who does know.
Oh. He does the universal lips sealed sign. Understood.
There's a wink as he pushes the chair in.
Very well. Well, if he trusts you, I trust you. And I'll do what I can. And hopefully, he glances to Isolde, my friends as well.
I look forward to working with you. If you need me while I'm here in town, I'm staying at the Wisdom's home.
Of course. Before you go, he sort of turns in his chair. Is there a name we should be keeping an ear out for regarding your ruin?
He pauses for a moment, sort of looking at you. If you hear the name Karathos,
You see, he immediately flips out his journal and then sort of jots it down. Glancing up. Yeah, does Karathos bleh, have any familiarity?
how much do you know about Athun?
How much would Duskbrand teach Oliver about Athun? We're not wizards or sorcerers, admittedly.
Probably not then.
Okay. We were part of the order for a while, so it wouldn't be like this is what you do to become a wizard.
Tace
Hey, DM!
Tace has a lot of like Tace's connections are incredibly niche is the thing.
Okay.
Yes,
Very
it's
well.
sold.
Do I know what that name means?
Are you a practitioner of Athun?
Again, I think Isolde's allegiances lie more with Bahamut. Would have had to learn about her, but
Yeah, this is like yeah, I studied Athun, but also I went into the deep, deep lore of Athun.
I have a major in
Ah.
Thunology.
Correct.
like I know about Catholicism, but
I wrote
can
my
you name
thesis
me
on
10
it.
saints?
Indeed.
Yeah, no, if you come at me with Bahamut's saints and
Exactly.
champions, it is he's gonna be like, hey, snap, 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 snap.
What was the name again? Karth something?
Karathos.
Karathos. Camelot, understood.
It's been a while, but I do look forward to working with a practitioner of sorcery.
It would be a delight to become more well acquainted with associates of Duskbrands.
With that, Tace will take his leave.
Noticing the gentleman depart, Logan will look away from his drink and stand up, and reaching across, he'll give Rylan a telling pat on the shoulder, and then start moving to the two nerds, wizards, to Oliver
wrong.
and Izzy.
Yeah, it's time to do stuff.
Oh, how did it go?
Well, it didn't go poorly, I don't think.
Well, it a bit of a flash from the past, I admit.
Oh, you knew him?
Yes, though I didn't know it till I saw him. He was an old mentor in Nelinor. A lot
Oh.
more regal back then. He's clearly gone through some things.
Wait. Is that your real father, Oliver?
No. He flicks at his ears. No, Logan, he's not.
You well could be.
Are you my dad?
No,
Imagine.
I very much have my doubts.
senior daddy issues.
Fine. But it went well then.
We have a
Well, we do have our marching orders, so to speak.
Oliver nods.
Okay. So what did he say? What did he talk about? Like his
He-
getup. Armor and all.
It
Really
is very
nice.
flashy. He needs help to discover ruins of his order, called Karathos.
Order of Caritas? What's that?
No. The ruin is called Kerathos.
Oh,
He is part of the Dalian Order.
you left him just as he was. Confused.
Never mind.
The long and the short of it, Logan. He's looking for the ruins that are significant to his order. They may be lost in the outskirts of Jorant Spear.
Hey, Logan.
Shh. Yes?
When you hear the name Kerathos, something tugs at your chest.
Oh, dears. Should I roll religion?
No. It's just a feeling, a sensation that sort of washes over you for a moment.
A strange and inner thrum.
Indeed. But just as quickly as it's there, it's gone.
It makes Logan catch himself almost physically. Wait. Say that again?
Dalian Order?
Dalian. Huh.
He said we
Well-
should potentially use some of the goodwill we've generated to ask around for any strange sightings or take a look around the countryside.
Right. Which we should, of course, as we've done with everyone else, we should help your friend. Or rather, I think we ought to. What do you think, Rylan?
Despite how large Tyros is, it surprises me that it can be such a small place sometimes. Well, we have plenty to start with here in town, and maybe if we can find some clue as to where this location might be, it could be worth checking out.
And Ollie and I did let him know that the safety of the townspeople will take precedence over the search.
Absolutely.
Well, as long
You can
as
see that Logan looks at his sister here in this strange and newfound light, as though he's proud. And nods very firmly.
Well, I've known some wizards. They can just get a little bit tunnel visioned sometimes.
You were saying, Rylan?
Well, like I said, if we can find some clues as to its location, then there's no reason why we couldn't check it out.
All right. But Izzy's right. We are here for the people. So we go to the constabulary now, or the smithy? What do you think? Well, maybe we get the armor first.
Let's get you taken care of. See what they
Alright.
have on stock.
Well, if nothing else, let's go.
All right. Oliver would get up from the table.
He did have a likeness, Oliver. Logan says as they go.
What?
You sure he's not your dad?
I wish I could grow facial hair like that. Mine just comes out in little raggedy scruffs.
Oliver, have you
It
been growing
sucks.
beard?
What? No. Not for long.
Trust me, you're better off. I have to shave every day. My jaw hurts just thinking about it.
Boo-hoo.
I think we will continue to chide Oliver over his beard growing attempts,
Yep.
and make our way to the smithy.
You know how slow my hair grows, and it's been 3 months. I haven't shaved once.
He can only grow like a little patch above his lip, and it
Yeah.
doesn't connect in the center.
It's like perpetually baby's first beard.
Oh no!
You will find that as you get to the smithy, it is closed.
Beans.
But the only reason it's closed is because you would see the blacksmith uh, outside, currently helping a number of other individuals, currently like hammer nails in and sort of getting boats repaired. You would see a taller orcish woman, uh, swept to the side, black hair that has this shock of gray, sort of over one side. Um, you can see that as she's hammering and sort of driving in these nails, you can watch as there's almost like this staggered motion to it, something that would resemble like somebody who's getting over a like an arm injury or like a stiffness in the muscle. You would see the as well the just adornment of scars that decorate basically like her biceps, her forearms, all over like her chest and neck. And she pays no regard to you.
Hello. Hello. Well, hello.
She drives in two more nails and then sort of lets the hammer rest there for a moment. What?
Um, we're wayfarers, he says, like Oliver told him to.
She lifts the hammer up, driving another nail down. Shop's closed.
Okay. All right. Shop's closed. Could we help you? And then maybe you open it faster? Maybe?
She pauses. She would then turn to look at you. And as she does, you would see a sort of striking resemblance between her and Barash, with those
Barash?
very bright orange eyes that look back at you.
Ooh, could I roll inside to tell if it's his daughter, maybe?
The blacksmith was his sister, I believe.
Or sister? Huh?
Roll me an insight.
Oh my goodness.
It's uncanny.
So sister then.
Sister indeed.
You are the mayor's kin, aren't you?
She nods finally. Sort of shifting from her work, she hands over her hammer to one of the other workers there. Eventually, she pushes herself up to stand, sort of brushing her hands together.
This is Isabel. Izzy, I'm Logan. We're girls' children. We just came from Alien's Tier. We're here to help. This is Rylan and Oliver as well.
So, your brother has along with the druid outside of town, informed us that the town needed some assistance, so we're here to offer it.
Lots of it.
She sort of takes you in. Her eyes settle on Oliver for a moment, looking him up and down.
Oliver waves hello. In the wet and rain.
I don't need any help. I appreciate the offer, though. Did my brother send you?
He did. We were looking for armor for our friend here.
I don't have much in the way of armor. I have a few sets of ring mail, a chain shirt or two, some shields.
You call me your friend, Rylan?
That our friend. Anyway.
You know, you're more than just my friend, you know? You're someone I can depend on. Like a brother. But not a whole brother, obviously. More like a half brother. A bro.
She begins to turn.
I don't suppose you have a set of chainmail laying around in the forge, do you? We can pay, if that helps.
The last set of chainmail I made left town.
Well, there you have it.
All right then.
How long are you going to be here?
Several days by the look of things.
I can't promise
Till-
anything in several days, but
We also cannot promise you days. We're going to be here till the troubles are gone. Only ever knows how long that is.
It could be longer then.
By the dead, it could be months. What with everything we've heard.
I have heard from Barash that the sheriff is increasing the number of deputies in town. You need another set of ring mail. I do have my old set. It's still well cared for.
are you giving it or selling it?
What about putting it down towards a set of chainmail if you can make it?
Sure. But we'll do that when my shop's open.
Well, what can we do to assist the town, if not yourself?
You're asking the wrong person. My problems are not enough nails.
Oh, well, keep an eye out for nails.
Well, I do have some experience with smithing. I have my own set of tools. Perhaps I can assist you in working the forge for a while. Pounding out nails is easy. Time consuming, but easy.
DM, I have a quick question.
Mm.
Is there like a boat in front of her visibly punched through?
Yes.
Or perhaps we can free up time dealing with the scuttlers. Fewer boats to repair.
Rylan, as you mentioned some knowledge of blacksmithing, for the first time, her otherwise placid expression sort of lights up a little bit. The presence of a fellow blacksmith. Though it's subdued. She doesn't announce it or anything like that. But she'd give a nod. And then at the comment of the scuttlers, another nod of agreement. Actually, yeah. If you want to help me, get rid of the bastards who keep punching holes in everybody's boats. That'd be great. Oh, I actually forgot I had art of her. Whoops.
Suppose we
Yo.
look at thinning the numbers somewhat. If they're,
Oh my goodness.
do you know if they're out today?
The scuttlers? I don't know. I don't leave my shop if I can help it.
That's a big hammer.
Judging by the amount of boats that have been coming back, though, they're out there. Annoyingly so.
Well, if you need help in the forge later, maybe I can assist.
Maybe.
Did she give her name?
She did not.
I'm Rylan, by the way.
Rihanna.
Got you covered. Good to meet you, Rihanna. I suppose we will go and look at the beach, or we have another stop or two to make. I think we were checking with the wisdom to see if there were any injured we could help with.
If you're looking for help, the constabulary still has people, I imagine, itching to get rid of some scuttlers as well.
That's our last stop.
We wanted to do what? The store and the wisdom, or the wisdom and then the store, and then the constable.
Brother, I think this was the store.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So
This
we're
is the
going
smithy.
to the wisdom and then the
Constabulary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is one of the stores. There's the general store. There's the, unless she does all of it.
She
Oh,
does
no,
not.
she's just, yeah,
You
she's
are-
just the smith here.
You're in like the little shopping center right now. So like a lot of the guild representatives are here for Duran Spear, whatever many guild representatives they have, as well as the general store, are basically all within this little cluster.
I love Kieran's response. Brother, this is the store.
Sorry.
Face.
That's great.
It's not wrong necessarily.
No, I know. It's funny.
And if you're looking for the general store, I imagine Mr. Fulton's down at the docks fishing. So it probably won't be open either.
People do not keep normal shop hours.
I imagine it's everyone sort of knows everyone, so you just kind of go find him and say, "Hey, open up. I need to buy some shoes."
Place like an order or something.
What do we need from the wisdom? Oh, that's right. You need manticore stuff.
That and check and see if we can help with healing, I believe.
Yeah. I believe that was the goal.
Well, I'll stop by your shop later on, see if you need a hand.
Sure. I'll see you then.
Hey, quick. I'd like to roll an insight because she said that away.
What?
Yeah. Roll your insight.
Nope.
Huh.
Can I roll inside on the inside of my sister real quick?
We're not dogpiling this.
Damn it. I wanted to roll inside, but she said it first. No.
Damn.
She was just making talk.
I see.
You know how it is. Those birds better be canon, by the way.
What?
Birds on her mallet. They better be canon.
Find out. Come back later.
Bastard.
Come back when
All
it's not
right, I
raining.
will. And we never saw her again.
Eventually, she would return to repairing the sort of numerous tiny vessels that have just been waylaid by the scuttlers.
The moment she's absent, Ryland, you dog.
Oh.
Don't play the idiot. Help her with your hammer.
I think you've been spending too much time in the inn.
Yeah, I live there.
Case in point.
Wait, what
You
is
tell
that
me you
supposed
were-
to insinuate?
I have no idea.
He just says things, is he? You were flirting with her, though.
What?
Yeah. You think I'm blind? Deaf?
I don't flirt.
Really? Because I thought she was flirting back.
So now I can't control what other people do.
There's no way. You're being funny, right?
If I am, I don't get the joke.
It's okay,
Mention-
Raylight. I don't think you should really rush to conclusions.
I'm tempting not to. I just mentioned she said she didn't have any nails. I have a smithing kit. I do know my way around a forge. I don't see why there's an issue here.
It's not an issue, it's just an observation.
Rylan, you dog.
Fucking oblivious eyes, like, huh?
The two of us just like, mm-hmm.
All right, party. We're heading to the wisdom.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Guess that is the next stop. Check
Square
for
building at the end of the road.
End of the road.
No,
Wait,
no.
which end of the road?
This is the constabulary.
Oh, okay. Understood. Other
That,
end of the
I
road.
believe, is the wisdom. 'cause square.
Very
Yes.
good.
Thank you.
The square hole.
That's right.
Indeed. And the
Yeah. I will go to constabulary. But everyone wants to go to the wisdom, but alright.
What?
Alright.
what is happening?
Being dragged there against his will. Okay. Stepping in is almost this familiar wash that hits you. Despite the differences between Eliand and Durant, the moment you step into the Wisdom's home and that smell, that medicinal smell strikes you and sort of hits your nostrils, it is as if you are back in Miss Kingsford's building.
Oh, the antiseptic, like disinfectant-ish smell.
Correct.
Yeah.
You would note the numerous dried herbs that are hanging from the ceiling, as well as the countless potted plants that adorn the window seals and shelves, as well as small potions, tinctures, and the like. You would hear a voice, sort of very soft spoken, speaking to somebody else. And you would see the back of this individual currently speaking to another orc. This woman is tall. You would see her pointed ears, sort of accented with this almost like very thick mane of hair that decorates the top of her head, sort of sweeping back. She is broad shouldered and sort of long limbed, but has this grace to her as she moves and talks, sort of articulating with her hands. This is a Lendavi bugbear.
Oh my god, I could fit her in my pocket.
Don't try it though.
No,
And
I'm
as
saying that I will.
she sort of turns to look back at you, you can see the sort of snow white coloration to the hair, the sort of crow's feet pulling at the edges of her eyes, the sort of numerous wrinkles that accentuate her face. This is an older bugbear as well. Next to her appears to be a orcish woman of gray complexion. Hey, Bari, mind introducing your character?
Sure. Before you, next to the wisdom, is a orc standing roughly 6'2". She has pale ashen skin that is freckled with dark patches. She has a high top ponytail of deep red dreads, and the sides of her head are buzzed. Her face is laden with two medium-sized tusks that protrude from her large, grinning mouth. She wears a tan, sleeveless hempen shirt that wraps around her torso, leaving her lower abdomen exposed. On her legs, she is geared with padded breeches that have heavy leather plates sewn together with bright red ties. She wears no shoes, but instead heavy leather wrappings that serve to protect portions of her feet. Similar wrappings are around her hands and forearms as well. She looks on at the party with fire-colored irises and deep black sclera.
The wisdom who had been speaking to you up until this point, sort of talking to you about your most recent sort of assistance with the wounded, would turn her attention now to look to the party. Oh, hello everyone. How can I assist you?
Hello. We're a party of wayfarers from Alien Steer. My name is Logan. This is Isolde, my sister. Rylan, he's the road warden's son. He's the one who brought us here. And this is Oliver. And we came here to see if we could help you, assist with the wounded. In particular, me. I have some skills in medicine.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you. Barry here has been helping me a great deal already with many of the wounded who have come back.
Logan's brow gently pushes into a punctured furrow, and he turns to look to Barry, tilting his head. Oh, so you work here?
In a way.
Okay. Well, let's get to it. Who's injured? Who needs help? Give me the rundown.
There are a couple upstairs who are injured, though currently are in the middle of bed rest. I'm afraid you've arrived after all the fun has been had.
Oh. All right.
But you needn't worry. I imagine by tonight, as more people go out and fish, there'll be more wounded when they come back. Those storm scuttlers have been a problem.
So we've heard. All right, I will make sure to come check in later.
You said you're wayfarers.
He nods.
Have you spoken to the mayor?
To Mayor Barash, yes.
She offers a warm smile. Has he told you anything?
Oh yes, he's a very polite and earnest gentleman. He hired our help to clear out these threats along the shore.
Ah, very good. I don't know if he told you or not. I am Marina Schultz. If you have any need of my services, of the wisdom, or anything of the sort, you know where to find me. And, would you be a dear? She'd gesture you over.
Logan very gently approaches her, and his face breaks into like a very huge and childlike grin.
Would you be willing to help my friend here?
He just watches her expectantly.
She's recently been deputized by the sheriff. Though, without the aid of her sister, I imagine it'll be hard going. If you're going to be here for a while, might you help her?
However way.
She'll be aiding the town just like you are.
Oh. A prospective wayfarer, perhaps?
She gives a small shrug.
Can Bari hear this?
She's trying to keep her voice down.
Logan is very able to be subtle with his voice. I don't think you'd hear him.
Ooh, you. Let me roll. Give me a second. How stealthy is Grandma? Oh my God.
Grandmama.
No, you wouldn't hear.
Grandma's a
But,
rogue.
Fucking knife to Logan's throat. If you say a fucking peep.
How
Either
can you guys
way,
see the roll? I don't
Bari's
see it.
just like standing there with her like her fists on her hip, like proud as fuck, just grinning, like widely looking around at them.
So I would like to say yes, madam. But this whole outfit is being ran by him. And Logan gestures to Rylan. It's
Oh.
ultimately his choice.
She turns. can you come here, dear?
Logan waves him in. Very
The whole
conspirational a
party's gonna
gesture.
end up over there.
This is becoming quite a bit more obvious that something is being said.
Barry goes
Rylan's,
from posturing herself to crossing her arms.
what the fuck?
She's incredibly muscular.
My goodness.
Oh.
Rylan, who is like,
Oliver waves high.
this is getting, he's been exchanging pleasantries and introducing himself and all that, and then he's being called over. He's like, oh, okay, that's weird. What's going on? And so he steps over.
My friend here is just been recently deputized by the sheriff, and she's in need of assistance helping Transpear. If you're wayfarers and you're going to be here for a while, I ask that perhaps you would take her along or assist her in her duties.
I don't suppose that would be a problem. What does she do?
What do you mean?
What is the skill set? What is the training?
Oh. She sort of sits upright.
I don't know.
Or sort of stands upright. Give me a second, actually.
I need to consult the character sheet.
I need to consult how tall Grandma is.
Let's find out. They just start fist fighting.
Ooh. Okay. She is just shorter than Isolde.
That's a big ass bugbear.
She's actually on the shorter side of bugbears.
Bugbears
Okay.
can be huge.
She's
dude.
big to me.
Everyone is.
But as she moves, she has again that sort of like, sort of weird, otherworldly elegance to her.
Faye. Yeah.
Especially being Lendavi, you can see that sort of like connection to order. As well, the most prominent thing of her features, aside from like the stark white hair, is the sort of wide ears that narrow very, very sharply to a point. They very much resemble elven ears. But she would turn to Bari. Dear,
Yes, Granny.
these lovely wayfarers here will be helping you on your tasks.
Ooh, well, that's great. I've been waiting to get out there again. She kind of cracks her knuckle and like looks at them.
I'll let you get yourselves introduced. And of course, if you need me, I'll be in the back. She'll very gently pat Logan on the shoulder.
He'll give a very kindly little nod and a smile.
Medic, recognizing Medic.
Yep.
Turn herself away and begin making her way into the back as Bari is free to approach. And as she does, that's what we're calling for tonight.
There it is.
It is late, so that makes sense.
Welcome to Durant's Spear!
Durant.
We
You
did
didn't set
it.
it on fire. Like, it's all okay.
Yet.
So far, yeah. We just got here. Give us time.
Give us time.
You've seen how I play RimWorld. This place is doomed.
Jesus. I mean, yeah.
Where's the raiders that show up?
Thank you all
12
so much for
weirdest
playing.
cannibals.
Oh my god.
The worst thing that ever happened to this town was us rolling up and letting it
up.
get rendered.
Thank you guys so much for playing. We will pick this up next week on the 26th of May for episode 7, where the party now begins to undergo the various quests that have been given to them as wayfarers.
Nice.
Yeah,
I
we
love
got a
the
proper
orcs.
quest log now.
We do.
Starting to look
True.
like start pitching them together and knocking them out soon. It's going to get overwhelming.
Yeah, we met the wizard. We're gonna gather supplies and then deal with some scrim.
Yes.
Yeah, someone does need to talk to her about the reagents that we need.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
We got some fan art from Inkley.
Oh no, the bundle.
Oh shit.
We've got at the top right, the Mayor of Duran Spear, which looks fucking awesome, by the way. I'd have totally have loved
look
to
at
have
that.
used that. That is fantastic and fits the vibe perfectly. We've got we've got Finn. Gonna need that in writing, bruv.
Where's
Yeah,
little
you-
Pinky?
Oh, Pinky, yeah.
Fucking. Bro, imagine putting your pinky around that. That pinky could take my pinky off.
We've got Oren and Oliver.
I'm just thinking of like the Feared scene where the old man's like, "I've taught you all I know" to Stark, and then leaves, and he's like, "What was that? Who are you?" That's Oliver to the bear.
Speaking of Oliver, Warrior Maid.
I'm not using that, but thank you, Alan Kelly.
That's one of the alternate skins for Oliver.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
You
is.
will not get that with the
I
DLC.
love that the spear is present.
You will not get that with the pre-order bonus.
It should have been a broom.
We've got an amazing depiction of who I assume to be Zomarin, because Zomarin has a orcish visage that she takes.
And the longest washing pole in existence.
Correct. The Giga Odachi. It's how she cleaves mountains. by
Parry
the way.
this asshole. Waiting for her to
Right.
do her water. What is it? Waterfowl. Or whatever the
Waterfowl.
fuck.
Yeah, waterfowl dance.
Yeah.
Again, the bottom left, looking fantastic. And then we've got Oren being asked by a kobold, how does he sort moss?
How do you sort, boss? I sort it by texture.
I sort it by taste.
Fantastic video. But yes, that's it for today's session. The players, for however long they wish to stick around, if you have any questions pertaining to the game, the characters, anything like that, feel free to ask your questions in chat, highlighting them with your channel points. And again, thank you guys so much for playing.
Oh, thanks. I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Tell us about Warsong orcs.
What do you want to know about them?
What do they do? What's their abilities? What are they? What?
Just Dragonborn.
How are they different from other orcs?
Dragon Salt. So the Warsong, all of the orcish clans are broken up. They each all have their own unique abilities and everything like that. For Warsong, they have Bloodied Conviction. When you drop to 0 hit points and you activate your Relentless Endurance trait, the mere act of having almost fell incites rage. You can spend a healing surge to restore a number of hit points equal to the amount rolled. This ability can be used even if you don't have a healing surge available. At level 5, they gain access to Warsong. Your enemies fear the howl of your Warsong, the terrifying noise made from swinging the ancestral weapons of your clan in combat. When you reach level 5, you gain access to a unique stance accessible only by your people. The stance lasts for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. You must finish a short rest to use it again. When you activate this stance, you gain the following benefits. When you make an attack roll against a creature and deal damage, force a creature to make a wisdom saving throw versus your intimidation check. If they fail, you deal additional damage equal to your proficiency bonus. Creatures who failed this roll are affected until the start of your next turn.
My goodness. She looking like a shark over there.
What do you mean?
I mean, she looks like a
That
shark.
tease.
She got
A
like shark.
shark.
Is that a bad thing?
She's not a shark. You're a shark.
No. No, I'd get eaten if I looked like a shark. I don't look anything like a shark. I look like Mr. Mistopheles.
You're a shark.
All right.
Just a strong old lady with big old
Rolled what?
I I got big old teeth.
Okay.
What I thought you said.
How tall is she?
6'2".
Holy crap.
Don't worry, Oliver, still are small.
That's right. Don't you ever forget it. At a
Smallest.
5'8", you know, the fucking super short 5'8".
We stand our short kings. People would like to hear more of Bari's voice.
Huh?
Skullthorn says, we only had a snippet of the voice. Can we get another insight of Bari's voice?
I'm real excited to go fighting these little pincher bitches. I can't wait to do it with you.
Nice.
All right. How tall was the blacksmith lady? Oh, God. How tall is Rihanna? Give me a second. I don't think I have that in my notes.
You said she owned the blacksmith, not the wisdom. I like to imagine the wisdom is like that. You know the trolls from WoW where they're like tall even when they're bent over, and then when they stand full up, it's like, oh, you are much taller than I thought you were.
Greetings.
Day Waniwanga.
No, I do not have her height written down, I'm afraid. Sorry, brother.
Oof.
And how old was Oliver when he got adopted by Amelia?
Let me check my notes. I believe. I believe he was 8.
She asked,
about.
is anyone going to adopt this, and didn't wait for an answer.
What? What?
They found him in a box outside in the rain with a thing that said free kittens.
To a good home.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh.
And then the rain was so hard that it broke the box.
Wait, I've seen this
And he's
movie.
Holy fuck. It's actually just Oliver and company.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And I had to wait a moment. I was like, no way the names line up like that.
You
Man,
do. You
here's a
do.
fucking Disney movie.
Yeah. Yeah, you found
Wait,
me out.
you just now noticed?
You
I thought it
found
was
me
named
out.
something else.
No fucking way. You just realized that. No way.
Shut up.
Dude. What did you watch when you were a kid?
I've
What-
He was
I've
onto
watched
me.
it a billion times. I literally forgot that the cat's name was Oliver.
Jesus Christ.
He found me out, boys.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? Perish.
Well, lightning strikes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Unbelievable this.
Got him.
I'm still waiting for what it is.
Finally. Around has gotten the brain rot.
I still don't see what I'm supposed to see.
Wait, you killed Logan.
Oh. He died.
Rip.
Wait, how did he kill me? I'm not. What?
It's on strike.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I gotta open that.
Was it always the intention of having Grayson stay in Elion's after being rescued, or was it just something that made sense after playing her?
It's just something that made sense. The way that everything went down. Do not worry. I'm sure we'll see. Scene goth girl rogue again.
What class is Bari?
Question mark.
What?
Yes.
How do you not know it's her character?
I
It was
know.
War cleric, right?
No.
Oh, guys.
Okay.
You'll know when we get into combat, you little muddygammer.
When she punches someone's face off, we'll know.
Okay.
Scothron, there is
We'll know she's a wizard.
there are a set of mountains in a chain in Yatagara that have inexplainable like plateaus on top, despite the other surrounding mountains having tips and points. So smile.
Aliens.
I love tits and points.
Tips.
Tips.
Not tits, Oliver.
Oh, why not?
Tits!
Yes.
Yay!
Memories.
Yay, teddies.
Die. All right. I think that's it for tonight, guys. Unless you guys have anything else.
Oh, I am gonna go make food because I hunger.
Not if I make food first.
You monster.
I've already
Just
got
roll
food
making food.
cooking. Haha!
Oh.
I'll fight you for that stove space. I don't know.
I go to some islands.
Or we can share and hold hands, you big sweaty man.
Nice.
Nice.
Kobolds
Finally.
were back in Adis, I'd be playing one right now, okay?
Can we get in on
Damn.
I
Sirik,
would like to
the corner of
play
the
a
room.
kobold.
Hey,
Oh,
any room in there? Or
it's just a crumb. Just a
that?
crumb of gay
and
shit.
if you're asking about kobolds, look forward to it.
Fucking Barry fucking explodes and a cobalt comes out.
Yes, I was just a kobold
I was-
piloting an orc this whole time.
Oh my god, how could we have known?
Could we have foreseen?
It was just 3 cobalts in a trench and
an orc
pair
suit.
of plated bagging pants.
An
or
orc
something.
suit.
All right. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Goodbye.
Bye, chat.
Chat, it's been a while.
I have to go beat the DM to the kitchen, so
Goodbye.
I've set a booby trap outside your door.
fuck.
Nice.
It's Booby.
I'll be back. Gamers, companions, friends, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. That is it for me tonight. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. The next time that you will see me will be tomorrow for Into the Shadows Breach Season 3, where I play an armor artificer named Marius. So if you're interested in seeing me as a player, be sure to go check out the World of Io, ran by Mr. Brett Ultimus, a homie, who later on in the week will be playing Terraria Calamity with. So if you're interested in also seeing us play some video games, be sure to tune in around Thursday and Friday. As well, we will have our normal TPK Tuesday, where we're going to be working on another beach map. So, yeah. This upcoming TPK Tuesday is going to be set working on the Storm Scuttlers, getting them ready for combat, and then making another beach map for Durant's Spear. So, I hope you all are interested and look forward to it. That is it for me tonight. I am famished. I have not had anything to eat. I woke up and then did D&D stuff. So my body is literally eating itself alive. Dear God. I need food. So I hope you all have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves, hug your loved ones, tell them that you love them, and I will see you guys later. Goodbye, chat.